is why this government is expanding high-quality apprenticeships and technical pathways like the ones on offer in the honourable member's constituency. We're investing £725 million to deliver more apprenticeships for young people, rolling out new apprenticeship units in priority areas like engineering, alongside £150 million partnership with mayors to connect young people to local opportunities, giving young people the skills, hope and opportunities they need to build a better life. That's what this Labour government is all about.
John Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite all that President Trump is doing to wreck global stability, our government still spends billions a year on digital technology contracts, including with US tech giants. Will the Secretary of State immediately put together a UK digital sovereignty strategy to build our resilience and security as France and Germany are doing?
Well, we are already investing £500 million in our sovereign AI unit to back our brilliant AI entrepreneurs and start-ups, because we believe more competition in this area is good for Britain and good for the world.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Joanna Baxter.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On World Cancer Day, we're publishing our National Cancer Plan to transform care for patients. It means investment in cutting-edge technology so our exceptional frontline staff can give world-class care. It funds more tests and scans, meaning faster diagnosis and treatment, and tailored treatment in specialist centres. And, Mr. Speaker, will cover the cost of every family whose child needs travel for cancer care, because the focus should only be on recovery, not worrying about money. This morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Up and down the country, this government is restoring pride in place by investing in our high streets, the beating heart of our communities. Yet in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, the SNP-led Renfrewshire Council has done the opposite, sitting on their hands whilst the owners of the Paisley Centre, who received planning permission to develop the centre some years ago, have sought support to transform our town centre. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that it is only the SNP's lack of ambition and failure of leadership that is letting Paisley down, and will he work with me to restore pride in Paisley's town centre?
She's a superb champion for Paisley. Her constituents deserve a Scottish Government that matches her dedication. Mr. Speaker, for our part, we've delivered record funding settlement. We're investing £280 million in Pride in Place across 14 Scottish communities. We've secured shipbuilding on the Clyde for over a decade and just announced an AI growth zone in Lanarkshire. The choice, Mr. Speaker, is clear. A third decade of failure under the SNP, or real change for Scotland under Anas Sarwar.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Baden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole House will be disgusted by the latest revelations about Jeffrey Epstein. All of us want to see his victims get justice. But the political decision to appoint Epstein's close associate, Peter Mandelson, as Britain's ambassador to Washington goes to the very heart of this Prime Minister's judgment. When he made that appointment, was he aware that Mandelson had continued his friendship even after Epstein's conviction for child prostitution?
Simple question. Mr. Speaker, let me start where I must, with the victims of Epstein, and all of our thoughts are with them. Can I also say our thoughts are with all those who lost jobs, savings and livelihoods in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. To learn that there was a cabinet minister leaking sensitive information at the height of the response to the 2008 crash is beyond infuriating. And I am as angry as the public and any member of this House. Mandelson betrayed our country, our Parliament and my party. Mr. Speaker, he lied repeatedly to my team when asked about his relationship with Epstein before and during his tenure as ambassador. I regret appointing him. If I knew then what I know now, he would never have been anywhere near government. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Cabinet Secretary, with my support, took the decision to refer material to the police. And there is now a criminal investigation. I've instructed my team to draft legislation to strip Mandelson of his title and wider legislation to remove disgraced peers. And this morning, I've agreed with His Majesty the King that Mandelson should be removed from the list of Privy Councillors on grounds that he's brought the reputation of the Privy Council into disrepute.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister a very specific question. Did he know that Mandelson had continued his friendship with Epstein after the conviction? He says if he knew then what he knows now, but he did know. In January 2024, a journalist from the Financial Times informed the Prime Minister that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's house even after that conviction for child prostitution. So did the Prime Minister conveniently forget this fact, or did he decide it was a risk worth taking?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the House will expect, we went through a process. There was a due diligence exercise, and then there was security vetting by the security services. What was not known was the sheer depth and extent of the relationship. He lied about that to everyone for years. A new information was published in September showing the relationship was materially different to what we'd been led to believe. When the new information came to light, I sacked him. But we did go through a due diligence exercise. The points that are being put to me were dealt with within that exercise. In response to the humble address this afternoon, I intend to make sure that all of the material is published. Mr. Speaker, the only exemptions are national security, if it would prejudice national security. My first duty is obviously to keep this country safe. And when we drafted humble addresses, we always put an exemption for national security. But also anything will prejudice international relations. Mr. Speaker, you in the House will appreciate that in the course of discussions country to country, there are very sensitive issues of security, intelligence and trade which cannot be disclosed without compromising the relationship between the two countries or a third country. Mr. Speaker, so that I can be totally open with the House, I should also disclose that the Metropolitan Police have been in touch with my office this morning to raise issues about anything that would prejudice their investigations. We're in discussion with them about that, and I hope to be able to update the House, but I do think I should make that clear to the House at this point because those discussions are ongoing.
Shall I clear that up?
I'm going to come to the humble address in a moment, but the Prime Minister cannot blame the process. He did know. It was on Google. If the Conservative Research Department could find this information out, why couldn't Number 10? On the 10th of September, when we knew this, I asked him at that dispatch box, he gave Mandelson his full confidence at that dispatch box, not once, but twice. He only sacked him after pressure from us. I am asking the Prime Minister something very specific, not about the generalities of the full extent. Can the Prime Minister tell us, did the official security vetting he received mention Mandelson's ongoing relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein?
So clear. Prime Minister.
Yes, it did. As a result, various questions were put to him. I intend to disclose to this House all of them, the national security, prejudice to international relations on one side. I want to make sure this House sees the full documentation, so it will see for itself the extent to which time and time again Mandelson completely misrepresented the extent of his relationship with Epstein and lied throughout the process, including in response to the due diligence.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is shocking what the Prime Minister has just said. How can he stand up there saying that he knew, but he just asked Peter Mandelson if the security vetting was true or false? This is a man who had been sacked from cabinet twice already for unethical behaviour. That is absolutely shocking. And that is why later today, my party will call on the government to release all documents relating to Mandelson's appointment, not just the ones the Prime Minister wants us to see. Because this government is trying to sabotage that release with an amendment to let him choose what we see, the man who appointed Mandelson in the first place. Labour MPs now have to decide if they want to be accessories to his cover-up. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that he won't remove the whip if they refuse to vote for his whitewash amendment?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the first exemption is in relation to anything that could compromise national security. That is not a small matter, and many members on the benches opposite will know precisely why that needs to be in the exemption. When we were drafting humble addresses, when we were sitting over there, we always made sure that exemption was in because we knew how important it was to the then government. I don't think I've seen a humble address without that in, because and just to be clear, to vote to release something that would prejudice national security is wrong in principle. The second exemption is in relation to things that would prejudice international relations. There will be discussions about security and intelligence and trade, which are highly sensitive to the two countries involved and to third countries. Well, they have to ask themselves whether they want to vote to prejudice our national security. I don't think they do. I don't think, in fairness, that they do. But can I reassure the House, Mr. Speaker? Let me reassure the House that the process for deciding what falls into those categories will not be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by government legal teams. So they will be looking at the question of prejudice. They will be making that decision. The only additional thing I just want to put before the House, because there was a discussion this morning with the Metropolitan Police, is that we are in discussions with them about any material that they're concerned will prejudice their investigation. We're at an early stage of that discussion, but I didn't want to have the House not know that that discussion is going on.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is talking about national security. The national security issue was appointing Mandelson in the first place. And what he has said about the humble address is a red herring. To those Labour MPs who were not there in the last Parliament, let me tell them, humble addresses already exempt genuine national security. This is not about national security, this is about his job security. His amendment lets him withhold anything to do with international relations. But this whole appointment is to do with international relations. So if they're voting for it, they are voting for the cover-up. If the Prime Minister is serious about national security concerns, then he should ask the Intelligence and Security Committee to decide which documents should be released. Will he commit to doing so here and now?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've set out the process. It won't be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by the government legal teams. But I'm pleased that she, I think, now accepts that at least the first exemption that we've written in to the amendment to the petition is the right amendment in relation to prejudice national security. But she and others behind her will understand that because of the breadth of what's asked for, and we're doing everything we can to make sure this is fully transparent and disclosed, but she and those behind her will understand from their own experience in government the sensitivity of information about security and intelligence and trade relations that are inevitably caught in exchanges of the nature that have been asked for. And it is right that anything that prejudices, not touches on, prejudices international relations is protected within the disclosure.
If that was really the case, then he wouldn't mind if the ISC had a look. And let's be clear, he says the Cabinet Secretary makes it non-political, but that doesn't make it independent. What we want is an independent look. The ISC is independent. The Cabinet Secretary works for him. We know that there will be a cover-up because this implicates the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, a protege of Peter Mandelson. The Prime Minister chose to inject Mandelson's poison into the heart of his government on the advice of Morgan McSweeney. His catastrophic lack of judgment, telling us now that he did know, has harmed the special relationship. It has endangered national security. It's not the humble address, it's him. It's compromised our diplomacy and it has embarrassed our nation. After all of this, does he have the same full confidence in Morgan McSweeney that he had in Peter Mandelson?
Prime Minister.
Morgan McSweeney is an essential part of my team. He helped me change the Labour Party and win an election. Of course I have confidence in him. But, Mr. Speaker, whatever is slung across this dispatch box, I don't think it's right for the Cabinet Secretary to be denigrated in that way and to suggest that he would be involved in a cover-up. There's the politics that comes over the dispatch boxes, but I honestly don't think it's right to impugn the Cabinet Secretary in that way. And I suspect in their heart of hearts, many on those benches would agree. Mr. Speaker, I'm as angry as anyone about what Mandelson has been up to. The disclosures that have been made this week of him passing sensitive information at the height of the response to the 2008 financial crash is utterly shocking and appalling. He's betrayed our country. He's lied repeatedly. He's responsible for a litany of deceit. But this moment demands not just anger, but action. And that's why we've moved quickly, referring material to the police, publishing legislation so we can remove titles from disgraced politicians, and stripping Mandelson of his Privy Councillorship. That is what the public expect, and that is what we will do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every month, people across our constituencies are injured by illegal e-bikes being ridden at 30, 40 and 50 miles per hour through our town centres and parks. But for every illegal e-bike that the police seize and crush, another 10 hit our streets because they are too freely available to buy. That's why Cumbria's Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner and 28 other police commissioners across the UK are now backing my bill, which would ban the sale of illegal e-bikes. Will the Prime Minister set out what action the government will take to protect the public and ban the sale of these monster bikes?
Prime Minister.
Can I pay tribute to my honourable friend? She's a tireless campaigner to stop these antisocial, dangerous bikes terrorising communities. Our crime and policing bill means police can seize bikes without issuing a warning and destroy them. And product safety law means authorities have the powers to intervene to stop the sale of unsafe e-bikes. But I share her determination to get these bikes off our streets.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank you and the Prime Minister for your responses to my tribute to Jim Wallace on Monday, and urge the whole House to read the wonderful tributes made to Jim in the other place yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I've been thinking how it must feel for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and their families, hearing more and more stories of how rich, powerful men were currying favour with a paedophile sex trafficker, such as Peter Mandelson, sending government secrets to help Epstein enrich himself further. Seeing Mandelson made ambassador to the United States, even after his links to Epstein had been extensively reported by both the Financial Times and Channel 4 News. So can the Prime Minister tell us, given he now admits he knew about those links, before he gave such an important job to one of Epstein's closest friends, did he think at all about Epstein's victims?
Mr. Speaker, we looked at the material. There was a process. There was then, as he will understand, there was then a security vetting exercise as well. And that's why I started by saying all of our thoughts are with the victims of Epstein. He is right at the beginning of his question to express anger at the material that has recently come out in relation to sensitive information in the aftermath of the 2008 crash. And that is why yesterday, working with the Cabinet Secretary, we referred a material to the police, which has now led to the criminal investigation that is going to follow.
Mr. Speaker, I think the victims of Jeffrey Epstein deserved far better than that. They deserve Peter Mandelson not being appointed in the first place. We don't even know the full extent of the British establishment's involvement in his appalling crimes, or how many British girls and young women were trafficked by him. So we need a full public inquiry, both to get justice for the victims and to protect our national security. Mr. Speaker, the Polish government think Epstein may have been spying for Vladimir Putin. Is the Prime Minister concerned that Peter Mandelson may have been leaking state secrets, not just to a paedophile American financier, but also a Russian agent?
Well, Mr. Speaker, he talks of a public inquiry. Obviously, the focus now has to be on the criminal investigation, which he knows that investigation will go wherever the evidence leads it, and I've made it absolutely clear that the government will cooperate, as he would expect, with that criminal investigation wherever it goes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the news that Bristol East will be getting another 3 breakfast clubs. I've seen how these clubs aren't just about making sure that no child starts the school day hungry. They're also about giving staff the extra time to spend with the children and to spot whether there might be trouble at home. And on that note, can I urge the Prime Minister to work with schools on our manifesto commitment to identify children with parents in prison to make sure that those children get all the support that they need?
Can I thank her for raising this and confirm that we're looking at how we can strengthen the support in place for these children so no child falls between the cracks. Free breakfast clubs mean every child is fed and ready to learn, and I'm delighted to see 3 more in her constituency as she references. But I also want to mention Rushbrook Primary Academy, Oasis Academy Aspinall, Longsight Community Primary, St Bernard's Roman Catholic Primary School Manchester, all soon operating free breakfast clubs in Gorton and Denton.
There's Savile Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llyfarydd. The victims and survivors of Epstein and his circle of overprivileged elite are at the forefront of my mind here and now. Mandelson, we now know, described Epstein's release from prison after being sentenced for child sex offences as Liberation Day. This man's association with Epstein was known when the Prime Minister personally appointed him as the UK's ambassador to the USA. Yep. How can we trust the Prime Minister's judgment? And in questioning that, how can we trust him to remain as Prime Minister?
Can I join her in the disgust in the comments that she just read out? But to be absolutely clear, the scale and the extent of the relationship between Mandelson and Epstein was not disclosed. On the contrary, it wasn't just not disclosed. Mandelson lied throughout the process and beyond the process. He lied, and he lied again to my team.
Luke Charters.
Speaker, an EU agri-food deal would boost exports and cut supermarket prices. The CBI backs it, and according to Best of Britain's polling, 62% of the public do. But surprise, surprise, Reform oppose it. I thought the member for Ashfield wanted 30p food. Does the Prime Minister agree that while some opposite prefer temper tantrums with Brussels, this Labour government must build closer ties with Europe to cut the price of a weekly shop?
Well, Mr. Speaker, right, the deal that we've struck with the EU means lower prices at the checkout, more choice on the shelf, and more money in people's pockets. It's good for British fishers and farmers who face less red tape, selling our world-class produce into the crucial market. It comes alongside the opportunity for young people to work, travel, across Europe, the work we're doing to cut energy bills and closer work on defence. All of this is opposed by Reform and the Tories, who sold the myth, botched Brexit, and left families and businesses paying the price.
Charlie Juhas.
Mr. Speaker, now I'll give the Prime Minister some brief respite from Peter Mandelson. However, he will also be familiar with the name Phil Shiner, the disgraced lawyer who was struck off and convicted for repeatedly inventing vexatious cases against British troops in Iraq. So it is something of a surprise that the Prime Minister authored a chapter in Mr. Shiner's book about pursuing our veterans via the ECHR. So can I ask him specifically, was he ever instructed by Mr. Shiner's law firm, Public Interest Lawyers, to act in any legal case?
Let me be absolutely clear about this. As soon as there were any allegations of wrongdoing by Phil Shiner, I've had absolutely nothing to do with him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Aldershot and Farnborough this year, we are looking forward to hosting the National Celebrations for Armed Forces Day in the home of the British Army. Businesses in my community welcome this government's record investment in defence in the years ahead, but our banks still struggle to lend to defence companies because of international regulations. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the UK works with Canada and our other allies to found the multilateral Defence, Security and Resilience Bank so that we can get money moving to our defence industries, get our armed forces what they need and stand firm against our adversaries?
Well, I'm delighted that Aldershot will be hosting Armed Forces Day because they've got a hard-working Labour MP and a Labour council. Our historic defence spending uplift must be an engine for growth and jobs here in the United Kingdom. That's why we're committed to spending an extra £2.5 billion with SMEs. I do agree with her, it's vital that we work in lockstep with our allies, particularly in Europe, to enhance and align our defence capabilities. We're therefore working at pace to identify the most effective mechanisms for greater multilateral cooperation.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, for months our communities in Epping have been deeply distressed by the Bell Hotel reopening as an asylum hotel. My thoughts remain with the victims of the sexual assaults, including the 14-year-old Epping schoolgirl. That trauma compounded by the offender's mistaken release from prison. Weekly protests continue, some of which have become violent, with injuries to 10 brave police officers. I am very grateful to the Asylum Minister for meeting with me recently about this untenable situation. But will the Prime Minister please listen, act now, close the Bell Hotel once and for all, and help restore our town of Epping?
As he knows, we are committed to ending the use of all hotels. There are now just under 200 compared to the 400 under the previous government. And where military sites are used, safety and security of local communities is our priority.
Jonathan Blash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hartlepool has now the third highest number of children in care in England, fuelled by Southern Council shipping families to my town, blowing a £6 million hole in our budget, a deficit that my brilliant Labour Council has already halved, but there is nothing left to cut. And when percentage increases in funding mean less in Hartlepool than almost anywhere else in the country, but a child in care costs exactly the same, the fair funding settlement announced in December does not go far enough. I am fighting non-stop for a better deal for my town because I will not accept one of the poorest communities in the country being condemned to higher taxes or devastating austerity. We need support. So will the PM commit his ministers to work across government to fix this for Hartlepool?
Well, it's because of strong local Labour MPs, but like my honourable friend, that towns like Hartlepool, treated as an afterthought by the party opposite, are having their future restored. We're making billions more available so that councils can properly fund social care. And we're driving down the cost of living for parents and their children, including 3 free breakfast clubs in his constituency over 3,000 children no longer incapacitated by the two-child limit. That's the difference a Labour government makes.
Mr. Speaker, my residents are sick of being let down by Thames Water. Robert and Patricia were sent a £39,000 bill they didn't actually owe. Len and Jenny were forced to use the Portaloo for months as sewage filled their home, and parents still think twice about sending their children to swim in the river. Now, we understand a £16 billion rescue deal is soon to cross the Prime Minister's desk. Will he admit today what everyone already knows? That Thames Water is dead in the water. Any delay is pointless, and it should be allowed to be put out of its misery and rebuilt as a company for public benefit.
Well, can I thank her for raising that, and I know how much and important it is for her constituents. We have taken measures in relation to strengthening oversight and the control that we have. We won't hesitate to go further, and I'll make sure she gets a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a privilege the weekend to join fellow North East MPs on the destroyer HMS Duncan, to meet the crew and also be briefed on the exciting plans for the innovative future of the Royal Navy. A future that should be bright given the £10 billion frigate deal with Norway, but also a future we absolutely want our region to be part of. So would the Prime Minister agree that given the North East strengths in AI, satellite technology and advanced manufacturing, North East workers and businesses should be at the heart of the future hybrid navy, and will ministers meet us and industry leaders to put the North East at the heart of our future defence?
Mr. Speaker, can I first thank the commanding officer and crew of HMS Duncan for their service. And thank my honourable friend. I remember meeting the brilliant workforce in his region, and I know the defence ministers would be delighted to do the same. Our record defence spending is supporting jobs and growth across the North East. We invested £200 million in Optric semiconductors in his constituency last year. As we increase defence spending, the North East will play a major role securing good skilled jobs for generations to come.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the comments of my party leader about Lord Wallace, a man I feel I was privileged to know. But can I ask the Prime Minister, given the conversations which are taking place in this place today and up and down the country about Peter Mandelson and his involvement with the paedophile who trafficked women, and the millions of women, particularly in this country, who will have been triggered by that, given the establishment's proximity to what happened, will the Prime Minister assure that there will be support set up, helplines, and that as well as the victims, the direct victims, those indirect women who've been triggered now will be supported?
Well, she's right to raise this, and obviously we'll support the police on the one hand with their investigation, but also we will press on with our work to halve violence against women and girls, which is very much about putting the support in place that is needed for all victims of violence. That is a crucial part of our work, and I hope we can work across the House in support of it.
Ellen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud that Labour MPs voted yesterday to remove the two-child limit and lift 400,000 children out of poverty. But child poverty cannot be eradicated while children are living in overcrowded temporary accommodation without their own bed or anywhere to do their homework. So will the Prime Minister commit to urgent and persistent action to drive down the use of temporary accommodation, ensuring that our councils, including my councils of Lambeth and Southwark, have the funding they need in the final local government finance settlement next week?
Well, can I join her in the pride in voting to remove 500,000 children from poverty and lift them out of poverty after hundreds of thousands were plunged into poverty by the party opposite when they were in government. On the point she raised about temporary accommodation, she's right that every child deserves a safe, warm and secure home. We're investing a record £3.5 billion in homelessness services and £950 million in local authority housing fund to deliver better quality temporary accommodation.
Mr. Speaker, how we answer SEND families' call for justice will measure who we are. Christopher Lascaris was autistic and murdered aged 24. His mother Fiona, who is here, spent 8 years begging authorities to protect him, but they refused because they presumed he had mental capacity. So will the Prime Minister support Christopher's law, creating a duty to assess mental capacity where it is in doubt, to save the lives of others?
Can I thank him for his question and for his tireless campaigning on behalf of Christopher and Fiona, who, as he points out, is with us today. Christopher's death was a tragedy, and I agree that we owe it to Fiona. I'm glad to hear it, and other families, of course, to get this right. I can reassure him that work is underway to examine what action is necessary to prevent further tragedies like this. That comes alongside our intention to consult on the liberty protection safeguards this year, and I'll make sure that he is fully updated as the work progresses across government, and I would ask that he make sure that Fiona and others are updated as well.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From heat-tolerant rice trials to world-leading science at the Earlham Institute and the John Innes Centre on the Norwich Research Park, South Norfolk is helping feed the world. Will the Prime Minister secure a clear carve-out for precision breeding in any future SPS agreement with the EU so Britain can continue to lead on this field?
Can I thank him for raising it? As negotiations are ongoing, we remain committed, he'll be pleased to know, to the Precision Breeding Act and supporting new innovative technologies. And the EU accepts there will need to be areas where we retain our own rules, and we'll always prioritise British interests as we negotiate our SPS agreement.
Caroline Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, I've been campaigning for a Lincoln Dental School for some years, and I'm pleased to be able to tell the House that thanks to the hard work of, amongst others, Professor Juster, Professor Reid and Susie McPherson, Lincoln Medical School are now in a position to take their first cohort from 2027. So can I ask the Prime Minister, will he provide the necessary funding for this cohort of students to start to help improve the oral health of people right across Lincolnshire?
Well, I'm pleased to hear the news about the dental school in her constituency, and we have put in further funding in relation to dentistry. We were left with a dental desert across many parts of the country. We're fixing that problem, but I'm glad to hear the news in her constituency.
Holly Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister pointed out, today is World Cancer Day. As outlined in our cancer plan, early detection and diagnosis is vital. Will the Prime Minister agree to consider the campaign by my constituent Gemma Reeves, who is a nurse at the Queen Elizabeth Queen Mother Hospital, to ensure breast cancer screening for all women over the age of 40 and meet her to discuss how such a change would save lives?
Well, I'd absolutely support that, and I'll make sure she gets a meeting with the relevant minister, because early diagnosis is so important for all cancers, and we must do everything we can to ensure that our early diagnosis is the absolute norm and never the default.
Final question, Suella Brabham.
She's new. Give her a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met one of the bravest women I know. Elizabeth was 14 when she was raped in Rotherham. She is one of the survivors of the rape gangs, one of the biggest national scandals in our history. Whilst her first rapist was convicted and sentenced, Ashgar Bostan, she was subsequently, shockingly, allegedly abused by police officers serving in South Yorkshire Police. One of those officers remains on active service today. Elizabeth made complaint through Operation Linden. None of them were followed up. She rightly feels betrayed and failed by the very institution designed to protect her. Will the Prime Minister meet with Elizabeth, rape gang survivors and myself to commit that those who committed and covered up these abhorrent offences are put behind bars where they belong?
Well, I'm deeply concerned about the facts she's just outlined, and if she could give us all the details of that, I'll make sure that there is a relevant meeting and follow-up in relation to those concerns.
Point of order, Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's debate will focus on Mandelson and his relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. However, it will not cover his relationship with another alleged paedophile, murderer, gangster, specialist in bribery and corruption, and Putin favourite, Oleg Deripaska. A relationship that may be just as bad as that with Epstein. As European Trade Commissioner, Mandelson made decisions favouring Deripaska's company by $200 million a year. Mandelson avoided proper investigation by lying about the timing of his relationship with Deripaska. Mr. Speaker, how can we find out what investigations were carried out before Gordon Brown and his government appointed Mandelson as a minister? Do you agree this House needs to see this information? If so, how can we obtain it?
What I would say is, look, this is a very experienced member, and I know he'll pursue this through the many avenues, and I know there is a debate later in which he may wish to catch the chair's eye in order to raise these issues. These are very serious issues that he's raised, and this will be taken seriously, and I'm sure that the front bench has heard it as well. I will leave it at that.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Point of order.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said that in each humble address that his party laid in opposition, they mentioned national security. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has left. However, I have checked the two most recent humble addresses laid by the Labour Party when they're in opposition, and all members on those benches should be very aware the words national security do not feature even once. Because it is not necessary in a humble address. So, Mr. Speaker, how do we get the Prime Minister to correct the record when he's just chosen to leave the room?
Don't be ridiculous. Can I just say to you, you put it on the record. I don't want to continue the debate, but you put it on the record, so it's there. Right. Point of order, Church.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister, in response to me just now, appeared to deny ever being instructed by disgraced lawyer Phil Shiner. Yet I have here the 2007 case of Al Jeddah versus the Secretary of State for Defence, where it quite clearly says appellants instructed by public interest lawyers include one Keir Starmer QC. Perhaps the Prime Minister might want to return to the House and clarify his earlier remarks.
I'm not here to continue a debate. You put it on the record. We will leave it at that. Right. We'll let the front benches change over. I have selected the amendment tabled in the name of the Prime Minister. I now call the opposition spokesperson to move the motion. South Secretary of State Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing time for this Opposition Day debate and this humble address. I think the whole House has been shocked and disturbed by the revelations that have emerged once again over the past few days. Peter Mandelson, it seems, helped Jeffrey Epstein and his associates make money. And that money was used to run his paedophilic prostitution ring. Those who broke the law to give that information helped make him rich, helped make him powerful, and share in some of the responsibility for the crimes that were committed, because they gave him the power that he abused. And no doubt for some of those involved, this was just a heady game of who had the best contacts and who could make the most money, played by a small set of men who took their thrill from existing outside of the rules. It seems that the more this thread is pulled on, the more that network unravels and the more shameful the whole episode appears. I think, generally, Mr. Speaker, there are three main things that must concern this House. The first is the now emerging conduct of Peter Mandelson when he was a member of the last Labour administration between 2009 and 2010. I understand that that is now subject to a police investigation, and it's good to see that the government is cooperating fully with that investigation. And I'm sure that when the police have finished their inquiries, there will be future opportunities for us to discuss that in this House. But the second issue of similar import is the judgment of the Prime Minister in appointing Peter Mandelson to our most senior diplomatic role.
Will you give way?
Happy to give way.
I'm grateful to him giving way, and he's making an excellent point. And isn't it a surprise not to see the Prime Minister himself answering these questions? Because at the end of the day, he is the one who made the decision to appoint Mandelson as EU ambassador. He has to therefore explain his decision-making process, what he knew and when. So why isn't he here?
Well, I think in fairness, it's not a problem for Mr. Burkhardt. It is up to the government to put up.
Well, I'm glad it's not my problem, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is right in this regard. It was absolutely the Prime Minister's responsibility that this man was appointed. And one of the things we are trying to dig into today is exactly what he knew and if any information was kept from him, who kept it from him. Happy to give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. This is a serious issue and he's dealing with it appropriately. He would have heard, as I did, the Prime Minister earlier refer to the fact that the extent of the relationship of Mandelson and Epstein wasn't known. Does he not share what was the common view at the time amongst many cross-party? The fact that there was any relationship should have precluded Peter Mandelson from appointment to be His Majesty's ambassador to Washington.
Well, my honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, and one that's obviously central to our considerations today, and one to which I'm going to return. So there was the conduct of Peter Mandelson whilst he was a member of the last Labour government. There was the judgment of the Prime Minister in appointing him. But there was also something I wish to touch on this afternoon, the conduct of Peter Mandelson whilst he was our ambassador in Washington. I will happily give way to my honourable friend.
Can I commend the Shadow Minister and the Conservative Party for bringing this forward for consideration? It's absolutely incredible what we're listening to, what's happening. When it comes to a full investigation, it doesn't have to be the ambassador and all those years. The 5 years that he was the EU Trade Commissioner, can I suggest to the Honourable Gentleman that that needs to be part of the investigation as well? A full investigation, and every iota, every T was crossed, every I was dotted for Peter Mandelson, and that's what this House wants, it's what this nation wants.
I think my honourable friend, as ever, is entirely right. I say the more that we pull on this thread, the more we seem to find. And I think that all of Peter Mandelson's dealings as a politician and a businessman should now be laid out for the House and the country to consider. I will give way one more time, then I intend to make a little bit of progress.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister for allowing me to intervene. The Foreign Affairs Committee, myself included, had called for Lord Mandelson to appear before us on multiple occasions to explain the circumstances and process of his unusual appointment. He did not adhere to that request. I wondered, does the Shadow Minister agree with me that his failure to come before the committee sends a signal that the government wanted to hide something, that there were issues in the appointment and vetting process, and that had there been transparency at the early stages of his appointment, we would have avoided sending someone who was wholly unfit to be one of the UK's most senior diplomatic appointments?
Well, I think that's a very significant representation from a member of the committee. And it must be said that a failure of transparency at each stage in this process appears to have compounded the problems that the government is now dealing with. So what do we know now about the Prime Minister's judgment and the process that was going on in Number 10 around this appointment? We now know that the Prime Minister was aware that Peter Mandelson had an ongoing friendship with Jeffrey Epstein that continued beyond the conviction for awful offences against children. Not only was it in the public domain, but the truth is that in January 2024, Financial Times journalist told the Prime Minister about it. And the Prime Minister admitted it in the House today, that it was part of the briefing note that he received from the Cabinet Office Proprietary and Ethics team. Now, we fully expect that report that was compiled by that team, the due diligence report, to appear for this House to consider. And reports of it appear in the New Statesman this morning. We're told that the report contains warnings of potential conflicts of interest surrounding Global Counsel, the lobbying firm which Peter Mandelson established and in which he retained about a 28% stake. We know that Global Counsel had Russian and Chinese clients, which, according to the reports in the press this morning, the Proprietary and Ethics team had serious concerns about. And we know, or at least we are told in the press, that the diligence report also referred to Mandelson's ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, clearly stating that Mandelson's relationship had gone over the point of conviction, and also drawing attention to the fact that Mandelson had used Epstein's hospitality in both America and also in Paris whilst the latter was in prison. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
He's absolutely right in his summary of all the misdoings of Jeffrey Epstein, but we heard some shocking revelations during Prime Minister's questions. In fact, the Prime Minister knew about Mandelson's relationship with Epstein when he was appointed as ambassador. Does he agree that the Prime Minister's position is now becoming increasingly untenable?
I think that there is no doubt that the Prime Minister's judgment is being called into the sharpest question at this moment. That we really, and it is becoming harder to see how any of us can rely on his judgment into the future. I will give way one more time, and then I must make some.
Dr. Andrew Morrison. The Prime Minister's judgment is most certainly in the frame. What about his candour? Does he remember on the 16th of September, the Prime Minister himself introduced the Public Office Accountability Bill, which at its heart has a duty of candour. Did we see candour displayed at Prime Minister's questions today?
Alex Burkhardt.
Well, as my right honourable friend knows, the government developed an appetite for candour and then lost its appetite. That bill has disappeared into the ether. I think too much candour would do this government harm. And so I'm not going to give way anyway. I will give way in a moment, but I would like to make a little bit of progress. It was also reported this morning in the press that in September, following Peter Mandelson's sacking, that there was a Cabinet Office investigation into any further wrongdoing. And I wonder if the Paymaster General could confirm whether he's aware of such a report, but at least assure the House that if such a report comes to light during his investigations, that will be published in response to this humble address. Now, I fully understand, on this side of the House, we fully understand that the government has a duty to protect national security and our international relationships. Of course it does. But it must also understand that security and our international affairs are completely entwined with this issue. And the Paymaster General will have seen this morning that the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, has announced that Poland, one of our strongest allies in Europe, will examine the paedophiles' links with the Russian intelligence services. As he said, more and more leads, more and more information, more and more commentary all relate to the suspicion that this unprecedented paedophilia scandal was co-organised by the Russian intelligence services. Thousands of the documents released over the weekend refer to Putin, thousands more to Moscow. We know that Epstein recruited young Russian women. We know that he held parties in Russia. In some emails, I understand, Epstein said he could offer, and I quote, insight on Donald Trump to Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. This is all of the ingredients of classic compromat. And it cannot, consideration of these issues, cannot be deprived of this House in the case of the Mandelson papers. And I will happily give way to my right honourable.
Julian Lewis. It has been for years a matter of mystery and speculation where Epstein acquired his vast wealth. Does my right honourable friend think that the Russian connection may provide the definitive answer to that mystery?
Very good. My right honourable friend is quite right that this is exactly one of the issues that must now be investigated, and investigated very seriously, not just by this government, but by our allies in other jurisdictions. Because whilst we don't yet know for certain where the money came, how the money came to Epstein, we do now know where some of it went. And understanding its ultimate source will help us construct a picture of this very complex and devious web.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way to my right honourable friend.
Oliver Dowden.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I think at the heart of what we're talking about here is, do we accept this amendment from the government opposite about national security and international relations? And he and I have both served in the Cabinet Office, and I'm sure he shares my sympathy with the need to protect national security. But there is a vast difference between protecting national security, for example, in direct intelligence reports from agents on the ground or intercept, and subjective judgments made about things that may embarrass national security or may embarrass international relations. And that's why the Leader of the Opposition was precisely correct to say we need some independent mechanism. So why on earth can't we agree that the ISC should look at each of these exemptions, and if they feel it passes that threshold, fine, we'll accept it because we need to protect national security, but it can't be to spare the party opposite's blushes.
Well, my right honourable friend, who was Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and who knows more about national security than almost anyone in this House, is absolutely right. Because what is happening here is that the government's judgment and its behaviour is what is under investigation. It cannot be the case that the government can then decide what is disclosed. Fortunately for the House, there are mechanisms available to us, not least the ISC, which would do a very good job on behalf of the government of working with them to decide what information could and couldn't be released. But I must say, on the issue of humble address, built into the humble address mechanism itself is an understanding that national security is protected. There is no need for this amendment. I promise to give way to my old adversary from Islington North first, and then I will happily give way to the Honourable
Jeremy Corbyn.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way, and I compliment him on the content of the speech he's made so far. This inquiry will have massive ramifications. It's an inquiry into the gilded circle surrounding Mandelson, which extends very broadly around this House and the civil service, business community, media and internationally. Isn't it time we had a novel form of inquiry which is not undertaken solely by Parliament or the civil service, but a much broader, more public inquiry which can look into the whole issue, because this is a basic corruption of our political system that we're looking at in the behaviour of Peter Mandelson.
Alex Barker.
Well, the right honourable gentleman appears to be correct in that there is certainly an indication that serious corruption may have taken place, and in the light of that, the House must consider very closely what the best means of getting to the bottom of all of these relationships and all of these influences will be. I promise to give way to the honourable lady.
Member for giving away, and I think the House is getting a lesson that many families in Northern Ireland have had for decades, families like that of Sean Brown and the victims of steak knife, that national security is routinely deployed to cover the blushes of the UK government. I appreciate that the member is now arriving at this point, and would he support a wider review of his party and the government's application of national security to all sorts of disclosure cases?
Alex Barker.
Well, I think without wishing to be distracted from the motion at play, I've actually seen Secretaries of State for Northern Ireland of all parties of successive governments try very hard to ensure that there is maximum disclosure for the people of Northern Ireland, whilst ensuring that national security is not compromised. So I'm afraid I see things through a slightly different prism to her. I'll give way one more time and then I intend to make some progress.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, Mr. Speaker. There is a well-worn route for dealing with these matters through humble addresses and otherwise, but previous humble addresses, when this the party of government was in opposition, would name sometimes a select committee, and I was on the receiving end of that as then chair of the Public Accounts Committee. I would just genuinely want to ask the honourable gentleman why the government, the opposition, did not put in the humble address that this should go to a select committee, because I still think there are ways to use the select committee corridor in order to scrutinise anything that may be more sensitive than can go into the main public domain.
Alex Barker.
I'm very glad that the honourable lady agrees with us that the ISC should be used in this context. I'm very glad that there is agreement between her and me that the front bench should be using the ISC in order to act in this way. And I hope that other members opposite will take the same view as this extremely experienced parliamentarian. I will give way one more time.
Jeremy Wright.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend. Since he mentions the Intelligence and Security Committee, of which I'm a member, can I put to him this? The purpose of the ISC is not to act as some filter to decide what should go to the rest of Parliament. It's to act on behalf of Parliament, to consider material that Parliament, for good reason, cannot see. This is a motion about whether or not the government should disclose all the relevant material to Parliament. In this context, isn't it a perfectly usable and familiar mechanism for Parliament to use in circumstances such as this, for the government to disclose anything it does not believe the whole chamber can see to the Intelligence and Security?
My right honourable friend speaks from a position of experience, and he's entirely right. This is the House is very fortunate to have the ISC, and this is one of the functions that it can perform. The government can have reassurance on national security, and the House can have reassurance that no material is being kept from it that the government might find embarrassing. And so I ask, in his remarks, I asked the Paymaster General, who I know will have had nothing to do with this, and I know is a man of integrity, to think very seriously about the options of gisting, the role that ISC can play in that, and make sure that the government is not marking its own homework, because it's very important that our constituents and this House have confidence in what the government provides us. And now move on briefly, Mr. Speaker, before I hand over to other members of the House, to the conduct of Lord Mandelson whilst he was our ambassador in Washington. And I think that this is very relevant for our debate today, because it exposes again the Prime Minister's lack of judgment in appointing Peter Mandelson as our ambassador. There is obviously now very strong evidence to suggest that Mandelson behaved entirely inappropriately when he was a Secretary of State in the last Labour government. But there are now equally big questions outstanding about what was happening in 2025 in Washington. And this, as I say, is relevant now. On the 27th of February 2025, the Prime Minister, whilst in Washington, visited the American data and AI company Palantir at its headquarters. The meeting did not appear in the Prime Minister's register of visits. It only came to light later. Now, Palantir, we should remember or remind ourselves, was a client of Global Counsel, the company in which Peter Mandelson had a commanding share. Later that year, Palantir received from this government a £240 million deal.
British companies couldn't compete.
That deal was granted by direct award. Given the allegations now coming to light about Mandelson's conduct, can the Minister assure the House that the Cabinet Secretary will review the circumstances around the award of that contract and assure himself that there are no other such contracts, no other undisclosed meetings, that the government is going to go through all of the communications that Mandelson sent out whilst he was ambassador, messages we must assume, some of which were sent to old business contacts, potential few business contacts, and so on. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knew that Peter Mandelson had maintained an unhealthy relationship with a man who was a convicted paedophile, and he appointed him to the role of ambassador anyway. Everybody in this House should be shocked by it. It must be concluded that had the Prime Minister been pressed on that point at the time, the appointment would not have been made. But the Prime Minister knew, his aides knew, and the appointment was made anyway. What else did he know? Only after this humble address, only if the government treats with it in good faith, will we know that. I very much hope that it is not the case that we find that there are gaps in our security and vetting process. If there are, the government will be able to fix them. But I think it's also likely that we'll see that there were reports that consistently raised concerns that were swept away. And it will then be the duty of the government to disclose who swept them away and why. Ultimate responsibility must rest with the Prime Minister. It is time for him to take responsibility.
I call the Minister to move the amendment. Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move the amended motion in the name of the Prime Minister, my name, and indeed the names of right honourable friends. Now, Mr. Speaker, members will be aware that the government came to the House Monday for an update following the release of 3 million pages of documents by the US Department of Justice regarding Jeffrey Epstein. As the government said Monday, and I reiterate now, Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted paedophile and a despicable individual who revelled in abusing the vulnerable and destroyed the lives of countless women and girls. I will give way. I'll complete my introductory remarks, then I will give way to the honourable gentleman. What he did was unforgivable. Every time his crimes are in the public eye, victims must relive their trauma. And his victims are at the forefront of my mind, and I'm sure they're at the forefront of all honourable and right honourable gentlemen and ladies' minds in this debate. As the Prime Minister has said, anyone with relevant information must come forward and cooperate with investigations so Jeffrey Epstein's victims can get the justice they've been denied for so long. As for Peter Mandelson, his decision to maintain a close relationship with a convicted paedophile, including discussing private government business, isn't just wrong, it is abhorrent. I did promise to give way.
Stephen Flynn.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I am, however, curious. Earlier we heard the Prime Minister state that he knew that Peter Mandelson had maintained a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Did the Minister also know? And if so, did he express any concerns to the Prime Minister at that time about his decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States of America.
So, Mr. Speaker, on the second point, I played no personal role in the appointment process, but as the Prime Minister said, the depth and extent of Peter Mandelson's relationship was not known at the time of his appointment. As soon as that came to light, the Prime Minister acted decisively and sacked Peter Mandelson. I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and given the public disgust and the sickening behaviour of Peter Mandelson and the importance of transparency, in 2022 I proposed a humble address seeking information about PPE, which the party opposite resisted, and my honourable friend, the member for Hackney South, mentioned just before. Should we not have the ISC not have the same role now in keeping public confidence in the process?
Minister.
I'll pick up this point, Mr. Speaker, because I know a number of honourable members have raised this. I think, in the first instance, let me say that this process now is going to be conducted and led by the Cabinet Secretary on unimpeachable integrity. And I mean, the honourable gentleman shouts cover up at the Cabinet Secretary. He really should consider that remark, I think. But secondly, it'll be conducted by Cabinet Office lawyers. Now, the House is asking, quite fairly, a broader question, as is my right honourable friend, about scrutiny. There's a role as the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee. Around House Select Committee scrutinise this. There's existing powers for the ISC in terms of scrutinising this. I'm hearing what the House is saying, and I will take that point away. I'll take one more intervention, and I'll come to the right, and then I have to make some progress.
Well, friend, can I say it's disappointing that neither the opposition or the government had a reference to the important role that the ISC could have in this basis. Can I say to him, as a member of the Intelligence Security Committee, I've also spoken to the Chair, the Lord Beamish, and we've heard from the Deputy Chair before that we feel the Intelligence Security should be involved in this and help this process, not on behalf of Parliament. So I would urge my reasonable friend to speak to Number 10 to ensure that we get that and that happens quickly.
Minister. I think I've already said I'll take the point away. I think he knows from our personal dealings on a different matter my respect to the Intelligence and Security Committee and its work. I'll give way to the former Deputy Prime Minister, then I'll have to make some progress.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for giving way. The point here is not about impugning the integrity of the Cabinet Secretary. The point here is about confidence in this House. And I think the temperature in the House seems to be that most people feel that involving the ISC will give both this House and, more importantly, the public confidence about this process. Now, it sounds as if the Minister is sympathetic to this point. Can he just confirm that he is sympathetic at that point and he will be making the case to Downing Street for this tweak?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't accusing the right honourable gentleman of impugning the Cabinet Secretary. The point I was making was that the process is being official-led and indeed then being decided upon by Cabinet Office lawyers. The broader point that the House is making, I can do no more than say I hear what he's saying and I will take that point away. But can I just come back? I'll give way once more to the Chair Packer, but I really must make some progress.
I'm grateful to the Minister, and he knows that this House knows that he's an honourable gentleman in every sense of that term. Right. But the mood of the House is very clear, and my right honourable and learned friend has set out, as have others, the role of the ISC and the expectation that it discharges these serious and sensitive matters on behalf of the House, and that the government has confidence. During the course of this debate, can I invite him to go back to Number 10 and to take advice and to not move his amendment this afternoon. I think that would reflect the will of the House and would allow people to start moving these issues forward. To move it today would, I would suggest, be a retrograde step for the government and its reputation.
Minister. On the first point, as I said to the former Deputy Prime Minister, I'll take the point away. But where I disagree with the right honourable gentleman, I'll come back to it in a moment, is the importance of the amendment, because there are really important public policy issues I want to deal with in respect of that. But let me just return to the thrust of my... I will give way in a moment. No government minister, let's be clear, of any political party should have behaved in the way Peter Mandelson did, and it was absolutely disgraceful. The alleged leaking of crucial documents to help millionaires profit in the middle of the global crash. Lying to contemporaries, lying to the Prime Minister, lying to the public is both shameful and shameless. So let me just finish this point before I will take some more interventions in a moment. Peter Mandelson will now account for his actions and conduct. That is why the Cabinet Office has referred this matter to the police. And Mr. Speaker, the Metropolitan Police have released a statement confirming, and I quote, that they have received a number of reports into alleged misconduct in public office, including a referral from the UK government. And the statement also confirmed that the Metropolitan Police have started a criminal investigation in relation to potential misconduct in public office offences, and that the police will, I quote, continue to assess all relevant information brought to our attention as part of this investigation and won't be commenting any further at this time. Now, the House will understand that on that particular development it would not be appropriate for me to comment further, but I'll take one intervention.
Order. We're getting very carried away about the way the Metropolitan Police has been thrown around. I'm meant to have been contacted. I have not been contacted, neither the House. The House will understand that I am not responsible for the Minister, for the ministerial answers. Let's just put that on the record and let's see if we can tie this up a little bit. For the avoidance of doubt, I understand there is an ongoing police investigation into this case. However, no charges have been brought. The House sub judice resolution does not apply. In the context, it is up to the ministers how they reply, but the House rules do not prevent them from answering fully. So please, let's not hide behind that something's not factual. So let's get this on the record, and I still haven't had the phone call.
Could I just say, in respect of that, Mr. Speaker, I hear precisely what you say, and I entirely accept that interpretation of the sub judice rules. I'm certainly not hiding behind it, and indeed I will come to some remarks about this in a moment.
Order. Maybe I can help a little bit. But I think the answer was that we can't do this because there's a police investigation. And I think we've got to recognise that is not a reason. So please, let's not play off each other. I've made my point from the chair.
Completely accept that, Mr. Speaker. I'll take one intervention here, then I'll take one over here.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I made this point on Monday, but I think it's really important to make again. The vast majority of members in this House and the other House come here to represent our constituencies, and I think people across the House would recognise I do my best to represent Harlow as much as I possibly can. Would Harlow, Mr. Speaker, would the Secretary of State agree with me that the reason the case of Peter Mandelson is so damning and upsets so many people across this House is clearly this individual, when he was in this place, and potentially when he was in this place, but certainly when he was in the other place, was not representing the people he was supposed to be representing, but representing instead a vile paedophile. So would he agree with me that the reason strength is so strong across the House is because actually he's letting down all of us?
Minister.
Yes, and the public rightly demands the highest standards from those in office. They demand the highest standards from ministers. We should be held to the highest standards, and my honourable friend's absolutely right. Peter Mandelson fell far short of those standards. His behaviour has been revealed to be appalling, and as the Prime Minister has said, we will not...
Order. Please. The Minister is giving way, he will give way, but you can't stay on your feet all shouting, give way. Please, let's give the Minister some time, and he will take you when he feels in the mood to take you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take the honourable member for Bromsgrove, and then I will take an intervention.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Given that at the point immediately prior to Peter Mandelson's appointment as ambassador, the UK had a respected ambassador already in the United States, and Dame Karen Pierce, why it was that the government decided, given the known abhorrence of both Jeffrey Epstein and the appalling previous judgment of Peter Mandelson, the government still decided that on balance it was a risk worth taking to appoint paedophile adjacent Peter Mandelson to the post of ambassador.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, can I pay tribute to Dame Karen Pierce, who I think represents the finest of our foreign service. Secondly, governments do make political appointments to these posts. That's happened. That is long-standing practice to a small number of posts. And the Prime Minister has already said if he knew then what he knew now, Peter Mandelson wouldn't have been anywhere near the government. I will give way to the Chair of Packer, then I will give way to my own friend.
Dame Meg Hillier.
no longer chair of the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems that we are in something of a muddle here. Had the opposition named the ISC in the humble address, as in the past committees, then there would have been no debate in this House. But would the Minister agree that to put all information openly in the public domain could have risks, but there are well-worn filters through Parliament, through the Select Committee corridor, and there are various committees that could have locus in this space, to properly and sensitively handle information which has in my time never leaked from a committee, in order to make sure that we on the committee corridor on behalf of Parliament are holding the government to account, because I think there is consensus, Mr. Speaker, that everybody wants as much information as possible in the public domain so that we can get to the bottom of what has happened in this egregious situation.
My honourable friend's absolutely right about those existing mechanisms of scrutiny, and I give her great credit for the work she does. I've always said on the point that's been raised opposite, I will take it away. I'll give way to my own friend.
Sarah Owen.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And on the point of Peter Mandelson letting people down, the people that have been let down most by this are the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And does he agree that we wouldn't be discussing this disgraceful situation if it hadn't been that people didn't listen to the women that came forward in the first place, didn't listen to victims in the first place, and instead listened to men in power? Men with deep pockets and men advising those in power. So don't we need to put the victims at the heart of this and not just ourselves?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and it is the victims, the women and girls who were victims of the trafficking and appalling, abhorrent behaviour of Jeffrey Epstein, who should be at the forefront of our minds. I'll make a bit of progress, then I will give way a few times again. And let me just say, Mr. Speaker, not only has the Cabinet Office referred the evidence about Peter Mandelson's time as a minister to the police, but we are also taking action going forward in the Hillsborough law that is before this House to introduce a duty of candour for all public servants that is going to make it an offence to lie to the public, making it a criminal offence to do anything but act with openness and integrity when things go wrong. And that is the action this government is taking to prevent future cover-ups and injustices. A statement of intention that we want to enshrine that capacity to speak truth to power. And as my honourable friend said, the voice of victims being at the forefront, not as in this case a group of powerful men, putting an end to the situation where powerful people are able to avoid justice. Now, the government should rightly be tested and questioned by this House. One moment, I will give way to the honourable gentleman. But the action that is taken by this government is what is crucial now. And earlier this week, the Prime Minister asked the Cabinet Secretary to review all available information regarding Peter Mandelson's contacts with Jeffrey Epstein during his period as a government minister, and to report back as a matter of urgency. After an initial review of some documents, the Cabinet Secretary made the decision to refer the matter to the police with the Prime Minister's support. And I should say, the government stands ready to provide any support the police require as part of their investigation. On that note, I will give way to the Father of the House.
Edward Lee, Father of the House.
We're all agreed on the character of Lord Mandelson, but I'm not sure we're going to make much progress if we're just repeating ourselves on that, because we all agree. The reputation of the House is at stake. And what the opposition has to do is hold the Prime Minister to account.
Absolutely.
Now, I've listened very carefully to the Prime Minister today, the Leader of the Opposition. I listened to the Minister. He's been asked, the Prime Minister has been asked on repeated occasions whether, when this appointment was known, the Prime Minister knew that Mandelson had continued his relationship with Epstein after the first conviction. It's a very direct question. The reputation of the House is at stake. Will the Minister now answer that question?
The Prime Minister answered this to the Prime Minister's questions. He was lied to about the depth and extent of the relationship.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here acutely aware that I am the Member of Parliament for Hartlepool. And I think today I speak for Hartlepoolians when I look at the evidence before us and say undoubtedly that Peter Mandelson is a traitor. And on that basis, it is important that the public have confidence in this process. Would he agree?
Yes, I absolutely agree, and I think the honourable gentleman expresses the anger felt by many across the House in that remark. I'll make some more progress, then I will give way a few times again. No, I will make some more progress, then I will give way again. Now, members will recall, back in September, in light of the additional information in emails written by Peter Mandelson released at the time, the Prime Minister then asked the then Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador with immediate effect. And the emails released showed that the nature and extent of Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was materially different to that was known at the time of his appointment. The issue over which Peter Mandelson was withdrawn from Washington was information not available at the time when the due diligence was done. And a due diligence process was conducted by the Cabinet Office and a security vetting process, they are different, were carried out. Since entering government, we've already taken action to strengthen the process for making direct appointments for ambassadors specifically and making direct ministerial appointments more generally. I will give way to my honourable friend. I'll come.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. There's clearly concern about the government amendment and that it doesn't go far enough in terms of scrutiny of those documents that might be withheld. Across the House, there is a consensus growing that the Intelligence and Security Committee could provide a way forward for scrutiny of those independent scrutiny of those documents. Is there a possibility that we could have a manuscript amendment to that effect that we can all join together and vote for, so that we can take this serious matter forward?
A manuscript amendment will be a matter for the Chair, and the Chair will be sympathetic to what the House will need to ensure that we get the best.
Well, I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the House always takes me at my word when I say that I will take these matters away. So, the Cabinet Secretary will be taking independent advice on the decisions he is taking through this process. The Cabinet Secretary intends this to take two forms. Firstly, having the advice of an independent KC throughout the process, and secondly, scrutiny of the approach he is taking by the ISC. I hope that will give the House the reassurance that it needs. Now, let me come to, I will in a moment. Let me just make a bit more progress, I will give way again. Let me just take the opposition motion. And I have some experience in the past of drafting humble addresses on different matters in this House myself. Of course, there is an extensive nature to it. I think the House recognises that. It's imperative that the government protects sensitive information that could damage national security or relations with our international partners. I will give way to
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I remember the humble addresses that were tabled in this place during those Brexit years. He will know that in opposition, we never felt the need to put national security or international relations on the face of the motion itself, because that was an implied protection. So can I ask the Minister two things? One, he's just said, quite helpfully, that the ISC will be involved in scrutinising the process. Does he mean the process that the Cabinet Secretary looks at documents, or will they themselves be able to see documents? And I think we all understand what he means by national security, but could he give a definition by what he means by international relations? Because that's quite a broad term. Having some clarity around that would be welcome.
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, I think my honourable friend has similar memories of that particular Parliament. But for example, on the motion on Ledbedeff, for example, we included in the motion in a form which may contain redactions, but such redactions may be solely for the purposes of national security. So we did do that. And in terms of the humble addresses that I was involved in drafting, I was very, very precise about it. Before I come to the scope of the motion, I've got two. Yes.
I'm extremely grateful to him for giving way, and I know the Minister takes the role of the ISC very seriously, and I appreciate that he is trying to help the House with what he has just said. However, he will appreciate the difficulty the House has is it needs to decide what to do in relation to the motion before it today. Members on both sides will have to decide how they should cast their vote. So although there is some reassurance in the Intelligence and Security Committee being involved with the Cabinet Secretary's process, that will not be possible before we have to reach a decision on this motion. The principle here is surely this, that the whole House cannot see everything. I have sympathy with the Minister on this, both in relation to national security material and, rather more sympathy, I'm bound to say, than my colleague on the front bench in relation to material which may be sensitive relating to international relations. But following on from the comments that have been made on his own side, including from the Right Honourable Lady for Hackney and Shoreditch, isn't the answer here that the opposition front bench will accept that its motion will include the concept that if material is sensitive, it is supplied to the ISC only and not to the whole House, but that everything should be disclosed to the House either via that route or via a route to the whole House?
Absolutely. Beyond the deadline to amend the motion, which is a familiar situation he and I have found himself in before, but what I just want to say very clearly, and I hope the House takes my previous answer on this as good faith, that I have...
remarks the Minister's made, saying the deadline has passed for an amendment. Can the Speaker just confirm what you've just said to the House, that you would be sympathetic to a manuscript motion that wouldn't be subject to that deadline?
The Chair is able to select a manuscript amendment, and that will be a high bar, but there is a lot that we need to clear up, and I recognise that I think things can move forward, and I'm sure, just to let you know, the answer is yes, in a nutshell.
But could I hope that the House takes in good faith what I have sought to do in the course of my speech, let alone the course of the debate. And I think that scrutiny of the process is very important. No. The scope of the motion could also include thousands of documents. It is obviously both in the national interest to protect national security, but also in the national interest to be transparent and act with urgency. I completely accept that. And it is important now we do take time and care balancing those elements. And look, to the government amendment, let me make some progress, I might come back. Look, that's why the government has tabled the amendment it has. For publication of documents unless they prejudice national security. I know I've been asked a specific question about international relations. Because, of course, such documents might contain information about our relationship with our international allies, how we have approached them. That is obviously important for governments to keep, of course, confidential because it's in the national interest. There's also the issue that I am very conscious of not at all hiding behind the cloak of the Met Police investigation. I'm definitely not seeking to do that. But, of course, we will also have to bear in mind documents that might prejudice that investigation, and that's something we will continue to speak to the Met about. Now, Mr. Speaker, we will of course do all we can to comply with the motion as amended, and we will also update the House accordingly. And indeed, on this moment, I also want to say to the House that whilst that process of going through a significant amount of documents might take a little time, it is also important that the government starts that process of disclosure to the extent it can do today. And that is what the government will do in response to the debate and the very reasonable questions that are being put across. I am someone who rewards effort, and as the Honourable Gentleman has put in such effort, we'll allow.
Can I return the compliment by just saying to the Minister how much I admire his ability and generosity in giving way. I think he's doing an exceptional job. In relation to the government amendment, Amendment A, I understand where he is coming from, and can I just describe perhaps a thing which he may wish to see pass through the ISC but can't be made publicly available, and that is which of our foreign allies had something to say about the appointment of Peter Mandelson to Washington. I appreciate the Minister is never going to say precisely who that ally might be, but the nature of that correspondence surely is a matter of public interest and therefore of interest to this House, but is not something that can be bruited abroad. So the ISC provides the very obvious solution to discovering what representations were made and what material was passed between our allies and the Cabinet Office before this appointment was made. Can he make that commitment?
Minister.
Well, I hope the House has seen, even in the course of this debate, Mr. Speaker, how the constructive approach I've tried to take on the role of the ISC and its role in this process. That's precisely what I've done. I want to turn now to another issue of this matter, which is the peerage. Because another action the government is determined to take is to strip Peter Mandelson of his title, as the Prime Minister has set out. And frankly, I think people watching this will be bemused, because there is no other walk of life where you are unsackable unless a law is passed. So we will introduce primary legislation. The government has written to the chair of the Lords Conduct Committee to ask the Lords to consider what changes are required to modernise the House processes to remove Lords quickly when they brought either House into disrepute. And the government stands ready to support the House in whatever way it is necessary to put any changes in effect. Now, Mr. Speaker, being in office is a privilege. It is a privilege. Every day is a privilege. And that is why there is anger across this House about Peter Mandelson and his actions. The test for the government in these circumstances is the action we take to respond. And as I think has also come through this debate, our utmost thoughts are with the victims, the women and girls who suffered at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Behind the emails, the photographs and the documents are many victims who are exposed to this network of abuse. They should be our priority in this matter, and I'm sure they will be for the rest of this debate. Thank you.
The original question was as on the order paper, since when the amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Lisa Smart, Liberal.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. We are having this debate today solely because of the women and girls who found the courage to come forward about the abuse they had endured over years at the hands of rich and powerful men. Without these women's bravery in speaking up about their experiences at the hands of a paedophile sex trafficker and his friends, none of these shocking revelations would have come out. We owe these women justice, and we owe it to them to make changes to create a system that works.
On that point, would you give way?
I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Victims, she is right, should be at the heart of this process. The allegations against someone the Prime Minister and ministers put full trust in is absolutely shocking. Jeffrey Epstein was a sick child predator and a sex offender. He visited Hillsborough Castle on at least one occasion. Does she agree that this House and the government should have a full review of his activities whilst there and an audit of visitors to him during this time? The victims deserve answers.
So I agree with the Honourable Lady's characterisation of some of the individuals we're talking about today. I think we will be supporting the Leader of the Opposition's motion to request the amount of information that is sought, and we would go further. We would look to a public inquiry to look at the detail that I think the victims deserve. The revelations about Peter Mandelson's conduct raise profoundly serious questions about judgment, about national security and about accountability. The leaked emails suggest that while serving as a cabinet minister, he shared sensitive government information, sharing details about the 2008 financial crisis, market-sensitive bailout measures and potential asset sales. These allegations point to potential misconduct in public office aimed at helping those involved enrich themselves. They certainly warrant the police investigation that was announced yesterday, but also reveal catastrophic failures in the systems meant to protect our national interest. The emails highlight a fundamental lack of accountability that exists within our current system. The Prime Minister has rightly called Peter Mandelson's conduct a betrayal. He submitted material to the police, requested draft legislation on removing peerages. These responses are necessary, but it has taken the government far too long to get to this position. Mandelson was appointed ambassador to the United States by this government and this Prime Minister, even after his links to Epstein had been extensively reported by the Financial Times and Channel 4 News. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. The Cabinet Secretary, in evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee after Mandelson had been withdrawn from Washington, said that a summary of the developed vetting and conflict of interest report was given to the Prime Minister prior to Mandelson's appointment, something which the Prime Minister appeared to confirm at the dispatch box earlier. The government and the Prime Minister has repeatedly said that it was the extent of the relationship that changed and somehow altered the appropriateness of his appointment. I wonder what message she thinks it sends to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, to the many victims of rape, of paedophilia, of sexual assault, of sex trafficking, that anyone with a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein should be deemed appropriate to be our representative in Washington.
I completely, Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with my honourable friend. I am not sure what extent of friendship is appropriate with a known convicted sex trafficker to put somebody in our most senior diplomatic position. I will in a minute. I'll make a tiny bit more progress if I may. Channel 4 Dispatches in 2019 interviewed a witness who saw Epstein take a phone call from Mandelson while he was in prison for child sex trafficking. Mandelson asked for a favour to meet the then JP Morgan CEO. All of this information was in the public domain.
I'm grateful that she's made the exact point about it being in the public domain, often from the US. And one of the questions we haven't heard from the government was a request put in to the US to ask whether there are any concerns in the first place, because we know that this relationship was public. We know that it existed. So did the US get asked for any information or any concerns they have? I haven't heard the government explain this point. Has she?
I've been listening as intently as the honourable gentleman has, I'm sure. I think there are so many questions that are right for the government to answer. We believe a public inquiry is the way to get to the bottom of that after any police investigation has concluded. There are questions that swirl around which advisers said what and when. But the decision to hire Mandelson was ultimately the Prime Minister's, and he must be held responsible for that choice.
On that point, will she give way?
Happily.
I thank you for giving way. Earlier, the Minister said that Jeffrey Epstein's crimes were unforgivable. Does she think that the Prime Minister appointing said known paedophile, was that forgivable? Is that forgivable?
I think my honourable friend is referring to the friend of a known paedophile rather than the appointment of a paedophile.
Thank you very much.
Which is an important clarification to make. I think that there are rightly questions surrounding the judgment displayed by the Prime Minister in appointing Peter Mandelson to the position of UK Ambassador to the US. And the questions around that judgment, Mr. Speaker, are wholly valid, as are questions being asked around current Cabinet Ministers who also chose to maintain friendships with Mandelson, with rumours of him popping in and out of some offices at will. And I must say I noted the facial expressions of some on the government front bench during PMQs earlier today. Many questions were raised about Mandelson before his appointment, of course. There were questions raised about him during the 2009 expenses scandal. He was forced to resign from Cabinet twice for unethical behaviour, and we understand the security services raised serious concerns about his appointment last year. Yet he was still appointed to one of our most sensitive diplomatic positions. This is not a case of one unforeseen problem. This is a pattern of warning signs that were ignored. This Labour government promised to break with Conservative chaos, and instead we see the same failures, inadequate checks, reactive crisis management, and an inability, I will in a moment, and an inability to prevent obvious problems. You do not restore public trust with heartfelt apologies after things go wrong. You do it by having proper systems that stop scandals before they happen. Labour has failed to maintain public confidence, and they must do better. I will give it.
I thank Honourable for giving way. Obviously, people here want to get to the bottom of accountability in terms of the Prime Minister, other elements within number 10, and of course what Peter Mandelson himself has done. But there is something out there, I think, which is more systemic, and the public understand that this isn't just about a number of rotten apples in the system. It is systemic. It is about wealth and power and access and how they treat young girls and women and us, the public. They take us for mugs. So does she believe that this is wider than just a few bad apples? It is systemic, and that's what needs to be addressed here, and that's what the public wants.
So I wholeheartedly agree with the honourable gentleman. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if he's seen ahead in my notes for my remarks about some of the systemic changes we as Liberal Democrats would like to see. I agree with him. This goes far beyond a few bad apples. There are systemic failures in our country that we need to seize this opportunity to address. There are fundamental weaknesses in our system of government, weaknesses that successive administrations have failed to address and which now further threaten public confidence. I'm going to take the urging of the Father of the House to focus on how we make progress from here. We must make reforms to the ministerial code, as it is clearly not functioning as it is. The code exists as a set of rules and principles acting as guidance for ministers rather than having legal basis. Therefore, ministers who breach it face no legal consequences. When the ministerial code is investigated, even when this is done by independent advisers, the Prime Minister can decide whether to listen to the adviser or not, which means that accountability becomes almost meaningless. And I wonder if, in his winding up remarks, the Minister might consider this and using this troubling episode in our national story as a catalyst for bringing about the much-needed change by enshrining the ministerial code in law. Liberal Democrats believe that to go some way to restore vital public trust in our democracy, we also need to make fundamental reforms to this House and the other place. Members of the government clearly share this sentiment, as we've heard various ministers on the airwaves over the last couple of days saying that the government recognises the urgency of reforming the laws and may bring forward proposals at pace. I'd be grateful if the Minister could lay out further detail of their plans to legislate, especially given growing concern about public trust in our democratic institutions and the integrity of this Parliament. The government holds a substantial majority in this House, and we've seen that they're able to push through legislation rapidly. We saw this only last week with the medical training prioritisation bill, and the same process could be used to make urgent changes to the other place. Ministers need to set out the legal mechanisms available to suspend or remove a peer, the timetable for any planned legislation, the progress of cross-party discussions that have been mentioned in the press, and how confidence in the upper chamber will be restored. Because without clarification, uncertainty risks further eroding public confidence in Parliament and in our democratic institutions. To the specifics of the motion we're discussing today and the government amendment to it, we Liberal Democrats believe firmly that transparency is vital, and it is the very least the government can do to release the information requested, so we will be supporting the main motion. We would go further. We don't even know the full extent of the British establishment's involvement in Epstein's appalling crimes, or how many British girls and young women were trafficked by him. We are calling for a full public inquiry with the power to compel witnesses, both to get justice for the victims and to protect our national security.
On that point,
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and specifically on the information that's available. Does she share my discomfort with the fact that this information has only become clear for us, but this mass release of information from the Department of Justice in the United States? And whilst I understand the government's reluctance to release information that may well harm international affairs, that doesn't seem to be a concern of the US government.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I think the best disinfectant is often daylight. I am strongly in favour of transparency and welcome it, including the information that's being requested today.
Lady for giving way. I think her point about the wider establishment is important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Individuals like Sir Richard Branson, who are clearly offering to help Steve Epstein to launder his identity and his reputation by suggesting PR advice on how he might recover from his prosecution, and gentlemen like Bill Gates, whose wife has very bravely spoken out against one of the reasons why she left him due to his links to Epstein. How do we make sure that men like this, who continue to have extreme power, can face some sort of justice on this?
Lisa Smart.
She's entirely right to talk about some of the very well-known men, and it is men, wealthy, powerful, greedy men who we are talking about today, who should be held accountable for their actions. The transparency that is sought today is something I think we should all welcome and have in our minds the victims and survivors, and preventing future young girls and women from being victims and survivors of similar crimes. We should do all we can and take that responsibility that we have very seriously indeed. My right honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, mentioned earlier in questions to the Prime Minister, and indeed the Shadow Minister mentioned from the dispatch box today, that the Polish government thinks Epstein may have been spying for Putin. The British public and Epstein's victims deserve to know if a UK cabinet minister was leaking secrets not only to a convicted paedophile and sex trafficker, but also a Russian agent. We Liberal Democrats recognise the vital importance of safeguarding national security and genuinely welcome the openness displayed by the Minister in looking at the ISC as a way of getting to the bottom of some of this that he expressed earlier. However, safeguards are already in place to protect national security. These include the National Security Act, which restricts the disclosure of information where this would harm the safety or interests of the UK. And in tabling the amendment they have, including international relations as a reason to keep secret the information they have, the government is trying to wriggle out of their obligation to the truth, and we will not support it. Willingly.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. I think the transparency point is really important. Peter Mandelson was a Labour politician, this is a Labour government. It may be that Peter Mandelson was an isolated bad apple and really no one knew anything about anything that he was doing until this release of these documents last week. But the public will wonder and they will question, and if a Labour government covers up by being anything less than fully transparent, they'll wonder who they're covering up for and why.
Lisa Smart.
I think there have been a series of administrations who have not been as open as they might be, who've made poor choices about the behaviour of some of their members that have ended up in scandal and disgrace. And I completely agree if she's making a point that public trust in our institutions, public trust in our government is vital, and we must all take that very seriously. There is a sorry legacy of recent governments who have behaved less than impeccably in a number of ways. And I think using this whole sorry episode as a catalyst to bring about much needed change is something we would strongly support.
Would you give way? Would you give way?
I will give way and then I will.
And for Andrew Mirris.
Giving way. Now, the Prime Minister has said it's okay because the Cabinet Secretary is going to command this process. Does she agree with me that the Cabinet Secretary is a person of impeccable repute, but whatever he is, he can't be objective because he's been involved in this process. It is almost unfair to put this on him. So what mechanism can she devise that will deal with that, other than give the great bulk of this, because international relations is going to cover the great bulk of this, to the ISC?
Well, he's clearly been reading Liberal Democrat press releases, Mr. Speaker, because we believe a public inquiry is a far more effective way of getting to the bottom of this, and I'm delighted that he made that point. I said I'd go to the back and then
Jeremy Corbyn.
I thank the member for giving way, and she's making some excellent points. Would she agree with me that all of the inquiry systems that have been discussed so far in this debate are actually influenced or participants in of people who've been within the golden circle of Peter Mandelson in the past? Don't we need something very novel and very different, such as an independent judge-led inquiry or judicially-led inquiry that examines the whole thing in the round in the way that perhaps the Chilcot inquiry looked into the Iraq War?
Lisa Smart.
I'm always delighted to get agreement from across the political spectrum, Mr. Speaker, and I very much agree with the right honourable gentleman that an independent judge-led inquiry would be the right way to go.
Richard Ford.
And in terms of the shortcomings of what the Prime Minister proposed from the dispatch box at 12:30, the Cabinet Secretary told the Foreign Affairs Committee back in November on this very subject. The only information which was not already in the public domain at the time is a reference to official records which have since been disclosed. We've learned obviously this week that was not the case. And so the Cabinet Secretary is plainly not the right person to be leading this government investigation. Wouldn't she agree?
That's a very good point.
So I think you make the point extremely well. I believe that a public inquiry, a judge-led, an inquiry in the public, which could take evidence in camera as appropriate for national security would be the right way forwards, and I think I'd encourage the Minister to consider when he's winding up where we go from here, because transparency must be prioritised over the potential embarrassment any of these documents could cause, and surely those on the government benches must see that. The intentionally broad wording of the government amendment would permit the government to keep any correspondence hidden that they think might embarrass our government, our allies. This means Trump and his cronies, or that might paint the Prime Minister somehow as weak. Surely a relevant factor when considering international relations. It must not be allowed to do so, and we will be voting against the pretty shameless government amendment. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there are rumours that Peter Mandelson is still receiving a salary or payments from the UK government, potentially including his ambassador's salary, severance pay and/or a pension from his time as a minister. And I'd be very grateful when winding up if the minister could confirm if any of this is the case. I will one last time.
Thank you. I really thank the Honourable Lady for raising this, because I wrote to the Cabinet Secretary on the 5th of December asking when Peter Mandelson's pay stopped, how much the severance payment was, and whether taxpayers had to foot the bill for it. Despite that being well over 2 months ago, I have had no response. So how can we have any confidence, does the Honourable Lady think, that this investigation will be done properly when the Cabinet Secretary won't even answer basic questions on how Mandelson was paid and how much it cost us all?
Lisa Smart.
I agree strongly with the Honourable Lady, and I think that transparency is what the public deserves, and it's what we in this House demand. This whole sorry tale is about more than the failures, greed and corruption of one man, or even whole swathes of rich, powerful men who conspired to abuse their wealth and power over many years. It is about judgment, and it's also about a system that has long been not fit for purpose, and an establishment that wants to keep things just the way they are because that suits their needs. We should use this shocking situation to bring about the changes our country needs, that trust in politics demands, and that those brave women who spoke out deserve.
Here we are. Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging the victims. The victims of Epstein and the powerful men around him. Vulnerable, abused women and girls who were sold and traded. And since the publication of Epstein's papers, we've learnt so much more. I just, Mr. Speaker, want to read one email from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Mandelson, dated the 28th of October 2009. And it says this: New York, Brown, Cuban American, have you made any decisions? Peter Mandelson answers a few minutes later, why are you awake? These questions are all related. DESP for QAM, but can only get to New York at a time when people feel, gee, this may be Gordon Brown, won't have some sort of breakdown. Still working on it, therefore. There are so many questions about that. One of the suggested answers might be that it's not just young women. Yes, I can.
Chair of the Foreign Affairs Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee regret describing the appointment of Peter Mandelson as inspired? And did she know his ongoing relationship with Epstein prior to his appointment?
I will come to that because it's important, and it's important to put it in the context. So let me just move on. So since then, we've seen not just that, but we've also seen treachery of the worst kind. And the question is, how did we get here that a man like that became ambassador to the United States from Britain? And I think that we have to begin by bringing ourselves back to when Donald Trump was elected, and how challenging that was, and how difficult it was to know what the best choice was when it came to who the ambassador to the United States ought to be. There was a choice. We could have continued with the ambassador who was already there, a woman called Karen Pierce. She'd been invited to Mar-a-Lago many times. She had connections in with Donald Trump's circle. She was an older woman, a powerhouse. She's great at making friends. She wears mad shoes. And she's one of a generation of senior, older women who, too many of whom are no longer in the Foreign Office and have been replaced by boys. At the time when Labour was elected, of the 6 other members of the G7 countries, all of them were Britain in all of those countries were represented by women, including the United Nations as well. And now there is only one. We had a choice between deciding to continue to ask Karen Pierce to be the ambassador, or to go in another direction. And the question was, what was the right way to do it? We went for Mandelson because it was seen as an imaginative response, and I welcomed it as an imaginative response. Personally, I would have continued with Karen Pearce, who's a woman I know, and I trust and I admire. But if a choice has to be, if a different direction was to be made, it was a choice that was imaginative and was one that made some sense in the context of Donald Trump becoming Prime Minister. I will give way in a moment, but let me just finish this point. So on the 3rd of November, when we discovered more information about Mandelson's relationship with Epstein, we asked for Chris Wormald, the Cabinet Secretary, and Oliver Robbins, the Permanent Undersecretary at the FCDO, to come before the committee to give evidence, because we were concerned as to how this had happened, that there was clearly so much background information about Peter Mandelson that simply was out there but didn't seem to have been considered properly before a decision was made. And so we asked how it had happened, and we were told that the first thing that happened was that there is due diligence. And due diligence means that fast-stream civil servants are given the opportunity of going to open sources, so they go onto Google and they look, and that's how they do the due diligence, and that threw up reference to Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I asked Sir Chris Wormald, and it's question 313, it's really important to be clear about this. I'm sorry to keep banging on about it, but was the Prime Minister told that Peter Mandelson had stayed at Epstein's Manhattan townhouse in 2009 when Epstein was in prison for soliciting an underage girl? Because it does seem to me to be different, and perhaps it's my background as a lawyer. But to be friends with someone who's accused of something and to stand by them shows one sort of character and shows a certain strength. But once someone has been convicted, to continue to be friends with them, to stay at their house, actually shows a completely different type of character. And for me, that was a nub point and something that I wanted to know whether the Prime Minister had been given that information, which was publicly available, which I have to say had passed me by, but I knew the friendship, but to know that the friendship had continued post-conviction, I think is really important to establish the difference. And that was something that we asked, and the answer was, I'm not going to tell you the contents of the due diligence report. I will give way, of course.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way at that point. I understand that she's saying that the information that Peter Mandelson had maintained a relationship with a then convicted paedophile passed her by. However, she does have an entire committee of clerks who will have advised her. And I'm afraid she also says that she said it was an imaginative appointment. I'm afraid her words were it was an inspired appointment, because I spoke out against the appointment. So can she please explain to me whether her clerks at any point shared with her concerns about the background of Epstein and his relationship with Mandelson, and whether she therefore will now say that she regrets calling it an inspired appointment?
Anyone who either made the decision or who said it was a good thing must regret that, of course. But you must remember that the appointment was made on the 18th, and I made those comments 2 days later. So, during those 2 days, it would be right to say, it was the run-up to Christmas, the clerks were not people that I referred to first. There was work done thereafter, and the reason there was work done thereafter was because what we wanted was, once he had been appointed, once the announcement of the appointment had been made, we wanted him to come before the committee and we wanted to ask him questions. And it was very important, we felt, that he was asked questions in an open committee hearing where there would be a record made and where we could ask him questions such as the ones which I put to... May I just finish this? I said this. I said, if he had come before us, we would have looked on the internet, we would have Googled, we would have found that Channel 4 had done a documentary, The Prince and the Paedophile, that clearly highlighted Mandelson's links with Epstein. We would have given consideration to the Financial Times and the Guardian reports in June 2023 that referenced the JP Morgan internal investigation In those reports, what was most damaging of all was that Epstein was sentenced in 2008 to 18 months imprisonment for soliciting an underage girl, and Peter Mandelson goes to stay in his townhouse in Manhattan in 2009. At that time, Peter Mandelson was the business secretary, so we had the business secretary staying in the townhouse in Manhattan of someone convicted of paedophilia. We would have asked those questions, and whatever answers would have been given, whether they were honest or not, would have been out there in the public. But the problem was, I think, was that a decision was made in the haste of Donald Trump's election to go for an imaginative, inspiring, alternative person to go to the United States, and there was not enough time spent on it. And so the decision was made to appoint, subject to, no, please, let me finish. Let me just finish what I'm saying. So, the decision is made to appoint. There is supposed to be some due diligence before that happens, and I can help the House with what the due diligence meant. I've already explained that it's given to these people from Fast Stream, they look, and again we were asking, when you did the due diligence, what detail was given to the Prime Minister about what the results of that due diligence was? Because I said it was very important that we were given the information as to what the Prime Minister at that point was told. Because a friendship with Epstein was one that was generally known, but the specific point about the ongoing friendship and the staying as a member of the cabinet in Epstein's New York townhouse, to me, was a very different matter, and what I wanted to know was had the Prime Minister been let down by not being told that particular point? Because in the end, we can't expect the Prime Minister to do all the due diligence himself. He does have a country to run, and he relies on those who are around him to give him proper advice, and to then work on that advice, and to be able to make decisions on that basis. I have 7 people wanting to intervene. If I may, perhaps I will take 2. I will take this gentleman.
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Lady giving way. This whole debate is centred around the judgment and the trust in the judgment of our Prime Minister of this United Kingdom when he decided to appoint the monster, when he decided to appoint Mandelson as US ambassador. And yet the Honourable Lady has just confirmed that the Cabinet Secretary refused to answer questions about vetting when the Prime Minister is asking us to trust the Cabinet Secretary to make decisions about the release of documents and information. So does the Honourable Lady agree with me that it must be right that the Intelligence and Security Committee makes those decisions as opposed to a Cabinet Secretary within whom we no longer can have trust?
Dame Emily Solbury.
Again, for the record, I asked the Cabinet Secretary why he wasn't prepared to give this to us, and he said 2 reasons. First of all, because he felt that he had a duty of care to the candidate, and the second was because he was not going to give information of the advice that he was giving to number 10 and put that into the public realm. So they were the 2 reasons that he gave. I think that the proposed amendment is one which has a great deal of sense, and I hope that we can see a lot of bustling around going on in the background of the chamber at the moment, and let's see what comes from that. I will take one other intervention.
Right, Honourable Lady for giving way. She's making strong and clear points about the relationship between Epstein and Mandelson. The Prime Minister was clear at Prime Minister's questions that he knew that the relationship was ongoing, and he knew that at the time he appointed him. What sort of ongoing relationship with an unrelated convicted paedophile is acceptable to the Honourable Lady for someone who is out to represent our country on the world stage?
I think I've made clear that for me, there is a difference between being a friend of someone who is accused of something and then having putting distance between yourself and that person if they are then convicted. I think that a decision should be made at that point and that goes to, I think, a matter of conscience and the right way to proceed. That's my view. If I may make some progress, and I won't take any more interventions. So I've got to the point of I've explained what we were told about due diligence and how that happened. And then normally what would happen is that there is then an interview, and it's done with a panel. And so questions that would have arisen during due diligence would be put to the candidate during that interview. And that didn't happen in this case because it was a political appointment. And so if anyone had any concerns about Peter Mandelson and his background and any of the things that people are now concerned about, it would not have been formally put to him during any form of interview process where there were minutes taken and where we could now look at what the conversations were. And that, I think, is a really important piece of information to put before the Chamber so that people understand how this happened. So we have due diligence, fast stream looking at the internet, nothing being put to Peter Mandelson, and then the decision is announced, and the decision is announced in the middle of December, as we've heard, and then the question is, they want to do it really quickly because they want him, presumably, to be in the swearing in of the President, and once he's been announced as being the ambassador, Karen Pierce loses power and influence because she's now known not to continue in that post. And so it's important to move as soon as possible. The question, therefore, is, the next stage has to be vetting, and that is done by the Foreign Office, and the question I would want to ask the front bench is this. Given that the announcement has been made, given that there is speed needed, was there pressure put on the Foreign Office to get through the vetting quickly? Was there, to coin a phrase that I've heard, a need to, quote, get on with it? And that, I think, is an important question to ask, and one that we would need to have an answer to, because the vetting is but we also have to be realistic, which is once it is known that Peter Mandelson is going to be the ambassador for Britain, could it really be at that point that people would seriously, there would need to be a huge amount of bravery and potential risk. So at that point, once the vetting has happened, to withdraw him from being ambassador if anything was to come up at that stage. I will.
As the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, does she know what the then Foreign Secretary, now the Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Tottenham, does she know what he knew at that time? And does she think that that should also be brought to the attention of the House in this release of documents?
I think the point is that the due diligence and the vetting is done by civil servants and is not supposed to involve politicians. And the decision was made at number 10. And that is how it works, as I understand it. And so the views of the Foreign Secretary may not be as directly relevant in this sense.
I think she's been very generous, and thank you for giving way once again. But what's the point in civil servants doing due diligence if that information is not given to politicians to make decisions?
It's given to those who are making the decisions, as I understand it. As I understand it, the due diligence is done by the Cabinet Office, and then the decision is made as to which candidate. They did due diligence on a number of candidates, and then the decision is made as to which candidate is going to be put forward. Then it is announced, and then there's the vetting done by the Foreign Office, and then that information is then handed back. And I believe that's the process. I think it's important, just for clarity, that people know that is what the process is. Because if we are about to get a large amount of information, it's important to have an understanding of how it worked. I'll give. Yes.
I'm very grateful to the chairman of the committee. She's right in that respect. If I could just quote from a letter to my committee from the Cabinet Secretary, due diligence is generally carried out by the appointing minister's department. In this case, it was carried out by the Cabinet Office on behalf of number 10. So it is not usually shared with other departments. This is an answer to a question, was the FCDO involved, and was not in this case. So the FCDO, this was purely Cabinet Office at number 10. Right Honourable Lady's right. Just thought that quote may help her in her argument.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've read the letter. I'm afraid I didn't have it at my fingertips, but it's important, I think, to put all of this information before the House so that we're able to make. And then the question is, what does vetting mean? I appreciate there are other processes that we can't go into here, and it wouldn't be appropriate to do it. But again, if I can just, I hope we have helped to the House by an answer that I got. It's question 269, where I said, the foundation of it seems to be that they fill in a form, You have to take in good faith that they're filling it in correctly, and then you check what it is that they've said. So if they have admitted anything, no one is looking outside what is on the form. And Sir Oliver Robbins said that is broadly correct, yes. So that is vetting. Yes. That is vetting. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Bolton. Grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I will touch on vetting in my contribution later. As someone who was vetted by the Foreign Office many, many years ago, I'd like to actually seek some clarity as to whether Peter Mandelson went through the full vetting process that a normal member of the diplomatic service would do ahead of taking up such a post, or did he simply undergo what is known more in political terms and Chief Whip terms as the PET process, which is undertaken by the Cabinet Office? Because full vetting, Madam Deputy Speaker, takes a long time.
I understand what the Honourable Lady is saying. Obviously, I don't know. All I can do to help the House is point out when the announcement was made of Lord Mandelson to be the ambassador, which was in mid-December. And when it was that he began to take the post up, and the pressure that was being put on in order to make sure that we were all clear that that's what he was going to be the ambassador in time for the swearing in of the president a month later. And the committee did everything that we could to try to get to the bottom of how many questions were asked, what the questions were, and we did our utmost, all of us, to try to get to the truth of this. But I think to say, if you read the transcript, that we were mandarined would be a good one.
I appreciate the explanation this is given to the process, because I think for many people outside of it, we do wonder what information is shared and what process has gone through. But it would be hard to believe that the information held by the Department for Justice in the US wasn't shared with our security services, and that wouldn't have been disclosed in a process for a post of this nature with the security clearance that would be required. On that basis, and to eliminate any accusation of cover-up or conspiracy, isn't the right path to have the Intelligence and Security Committee look at this and fin the evidence that is then coming forward?
Before the member responds, we've got a very healthy number of members wishing to contribute, so can we make sure interventions are short? And I assume, Dame Emily Sawbury, you'll be coming to your conclusion shortly.
So I hope that, I've throughout my contribution, what I've tried to do is explain the attempts that the Foreign Affairs Committee have made, and I think the most important thing is that we asked several times. We asked straight away in January, we asked in February, we asked many times to have Lord Mandelson in front of the committee, because we would have been able to ask those questions, and I do think that we perhaps would not be in the mess that we are in now if the Foreign Affairs Committee had been able to do its job properly. And we expect that the next political appointment, if there is one, will be put before the committee so that we are able to ask questions in a way that is not necessary for appointments for people within the Foreign Office. But if you want to put an additional person in who is a politician, politicians should be asking questions on the record so that we know what it is that we're getting and what contribution they can make and the risks that are being taken. We would have asked about Epstein, we would have asked about loans, and the answers, truthful or not, would have been on the record.
Sir Julian Smith.
Speaker, humble addresses are very difficult for the government of the day and for chief whips, and the cabinet minister just leaving presented many humble addresses that I dealt with. They're difficult from a legal point of view, they're difficult from the position of protecting the rights of the executive to have independent advice. And as the Right Honourable Member for Ashton-under-Lyme said, sometimes those judgments are handled in a way that retrospectively might have been different. The national security element is obviously extremely important, and I pay tribute to all of our intelligence services and the protection that they bring to our country. But this, Madam Deputy Speaker, this humble address is quite different from any other humble address I believe that has been presented to this Parliament, because this humble address is about corruption at the very heart of our democracy. It's not corruption, in my view, relating to the current government. There's obviously differing views on the judgment, etc. But for me, this humble address is the route that we will start to get to the bottom of what looks like a corruption that we have not seen in this Parliament, probably in recent times. And how we handle that and how we move forward now is critical to all of us, and it's absolutely vital for the issue of public trust. I'm not going to go away. Public trust. We've heard a discussion earlier between members of the ISC, the government, and I know there are conversations taking place amongst usual channels, but I just want to say to the front bench, what I heard from the House today was that the House wants the government to cede control of those documents, either to the House or to the ISC, whether those documents relate to national security or whether they relate to foreign policy. I also heard that the House is very cognizant of the fact that this place will not see all of those documents. The ISC may see many of those documents and we will not see them. But the issue for the government is, can it make the next step to cede control of these documents to this House and to the ISC?
Would my honourable friend give way on the point? I will give way. Can I thank him for the point he is making? And from my perspective, and I wonder if he agrees with me, if the amendment said that anything that was secret or top secret need to be withheld, that for me would be a very different argument. But the use of this very vague terminology around national security, which has never been used in a previous humble address by the opposition, as I made clear in point of order after PMQs, is a nonsense, not least the idea of international relations, which is completely vague.
I agree with her on that point. I am aware that one of our Five Eyes allies gave a warning about Peter Mandelson. I don't know whether that's true, but I know that as a humble backbencher. The House now needs to know, because this is a House matter. If we don't deal with this satisfactorily, we are all going to be condemned with what has gone on. So I would urge the front bench to ensure that in the next hour or so, the discussions focus on not just ISC involvement, but ISC oversight for all sensitive diplomatic or security-related documents. Second brief point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the nature of the address itself. It's very tempting for the government of the day to take a narrow view of what the opposition has asked it. But as we heard from the front bench, opposition front bench, there is evidence, or at least allegations, about Peter Mandelson's time in Washington. That relates to who attended embassy parties. That relates to how UK government contracts last year came about. And in my view, we should address now all of these issues, get them out, so we can fully understand not just what happened, not just the judgment of the government, but also what is behind the threats and what were our allies worrying about. China, Russia, many more things than just the Corrupt Act itself. Madam Deputy Speaker, this humble address is and should be regarded by the House and by the government particularly as a vehicle. It is a vehicle for protecting our democracy, and it's a vehicle for beginning to unpick exactly what happened on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein's victims.
Matt Bishop.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to begin by saying I remain extremely supportive of the government. I'm proud of what we've achieved together in a short space of time, and we've delivered massive investment into NHS and schools. These are all positive steps, and we're taking meaningful steps to reduce inequality, lift people out of poverty, support families through a cost of living crisis in an increasingly uncertain world. We've also committed ourselves to tackling violence against women and girls with a seriousness and ambition that was very long overdue. Just yesterday, members across the House came together to vote to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, including members from Reform, Lib Dems and other parties. I was proud to walk through the I lobby, and I was proud of this House overall. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, that moment, that real tangible progress, has been almost entirely overshadowed by the growing scandal surrounding Mandelson. That should concern every one of us in this House. Because we stood on a promise to do politics differently this time. We said that we would turn the page on the scandals, the secrecy, and the sense that there was one rule for the powerful and one for everyone else. We said that we would restore trust in public life. And trust once lost is extraordinarily hard to rebuild.
Will the member give way?
I will give way.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for giving way. The member will be aware that earlier on today the Prime Minister made a concession in that spot that he knew. And on that question, is this not a question about trust in the Prime Minister because of the decisions that he knew about, and that's what makes it so serious for this government?
Here. I thank the member for his intervention. I think we're talking about trust across the House, as I've said, so that includes every member of this House and across both Houses. The government's violence against women and girls strategy is one of the proudest achievements of this Parliament. It's the product of years of tireless campaigning by survivors, by advocates, by frontline organisations who have fought to have their voices heard. But that work and that trust is fragile, and it risks being profoundly undermined when we appear unwilling to apply the same standards of transparency and accountability to those closest to power as we demand elsewhere. How can we stand in this chamber and say to victims that we believe them, that we will stand with them, while refusing to release full documents relating to serious concerns about one of our own? How can we ask victims to trust the system if the system appears unwilling to scrutinise itself? The files released last weekend further highlighted what many already fear. There exists a despicable elite network operating with proximity to power, entangled in international criminality and shielded for far too long by status and influence.
I thank you for my honourable friend for giving way. My understanding is that there's information coming out daily, new information, and that other members of this House currently may or may not be directly linked to the Epstein and Mandelson scandal. Do you agree with me that they should be fully investigated as well?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. Anybody linked should be investigated. Simple. If we are not fully transparent about how we vetted the ex-US ambassador in the face of such scandal, how on earth can we expect victims to come forward in future? How can we expect them to trust institutions that seem designed to protect the powerful rather than the vulnerable? I think of the survivors I've met in my constituency and since being elected. I think of the advocacy groups who have worked alongside all of us across the House. Organisations like the Holly Gazard Trust, Sarah Taylor from PIPSA, and campaigners who have poured their lived experience into shaping the Vogue strategy. How can I go back to them, look them in the eye, having voted for an amendment that has the potential to conceal the behaviour of powerful people and their potentially criminal relationships? I will give way.
On that point, there's been quite a lot in disclosures that obviously raise naturally questions about probity. But the issue about power and control and having information that could compromise is, once you are compromised, you are compromised. And every decision there can be compromised. And in that basis, it does really bring into question the importance of independent oversight on the evidence that's coming forward. And so I hope when the Minister returns to his batch box later, he does reflect that in the response.
I thank my honourable friend for the intervention. Yes, I completely agree. The ISC, I'll get onto that in a second. What would I say to those victims, though? That transparency matters, except when it's inconvenient. Accountability applies, except when it's uncomfortable. As a party, we have promised to halve violence against women and girls, and we promise to put victims at the heart of everything we do. And yet today we're being asked to accept an internal review into how the close friend of a known paedophile was vetted, an internal review carried out by the very structures that failed to prevent this in the first place. I will give way.
Thank him for giving way at that point, and I actually wish to credit him for the speech he's giving today. Very early in my career, I voted for something where I could not sleep that night. And never since have I voted for something that has made me feel ashamed of myself, and I will never do it again.
Yeah.
But the bravery it takes so early in your time in this current term to do that is really important. And I hope that your colleagues on your benches, particularly the new intake, stand behind you and supporting you for the decision you've made and do not criticise you, because you are doing what you believe to be right. And I just have to say all credit to you, because we know how difficult that is from having governed for so long. So thank you to the gentleman for what he's saying and what he's doing today.
I thank the member for her words. Madam Deputy Speaker, how can we mark our own homework on matters of this gravity? And I want to be clear that I understand the position the government finds itself in. I understand that concerns have been raised about embarrassment, about reputational damage, about national and international security. These are serious considerations and they should not be dismissed lightly. But if vetting decisions were influenced by compromising relationships, then we have a far bigger problem. One that demands scrutiny and not silence. One that requires us to re-evaluate how this country operates on the international stage and whether transparency and accountability are truly guiding principles or merely slogans. An independent review by the ISC, coupled with a commitment to release documents subject to independent legal advice, is not an unreasonable request. If such a process is deemed unfavourable by the government, the public are not naive. They will draw their own conclusions. I'm not making any accusations today. I'm asking reasonable questions on behalf of my constituents and victims who are watching this debate closely. Will number 10 be candid? Will it show humility? Will it choose transparency over defensiveness? And let me be equally clear about something else. I don't believe the opposition tabled this motion with victims at heart, and we can all see the political point scoring at play here. But the motivations of the opposition do not absolve us of our responsibility. Given the strength of feeling among victim and survivor groups, and frankly given my own conscience, I cannot in good faith support a position that risks further eroding trust in our commitment to justice. Power and trust go hand in hand. The responsibility that comes with holding public office must never be understated. We are entrusted, all of us, with shaping national policy, representing our communities, safeguarding the most vulnerable, and that trust must be earned every single day. And so today, Madam Deputy Speaker, not because it's politically convenient to me, but because it's morally necessary, I am voting with the victims, I'm voting with the survivors, and I'm voting with the principle that no one, however powerful, should ever be beyond scrutiny.
Simon Hoare.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman, the member for the Forest of Dean, and I will return in a moment to a point that he was just making. I have the great privilege, Madam Deputy Speaker, of being the father of 3 wonderful teenage daughters, and any parent or relative will feel their stomach turn and churn at the thought of vulnerable young women being trafficked and used as playthings for the sexual gratification of warped and twisted minds who thought they were above the law, to whom the rules did not apply, and who thought that they could get away with it because of who they were. And I suppose, Madam Deputy Speaker, the surprise as it relates to Peter Mandelson is that we are surprised. He was a man who seemed magnetised to money like a moth to a flame, who had caused considerable and significant embarrassment and discomfort to previous leaders of his party, and where the current Prime Minister decided that in some way or another it was only the extent of a relationship that should be the determining factor, whereas in actual fact it was the existence of the relationship at all that should have precluded Peter Mandelson from an appointment to be our ambassador in Washington. Now I want to pick up a point which the Honourable Gentleman from the Forest of Dean raised, and which I believe my Honourable friend from Stamford and Grantham was also referring to. And my conscience, I don't say this in particularly smugly, my conscience is a little bit clearer than my honourable friends if she's referring to the same vote. There was a vote in this place And government, the Treasury bench needs to just remember this, because there are certain votes and motions in Parliament that become a thing, with a capital T, that become an event, that set the scene, that make the atmosphere for the coming months and weeks of a government. And I think that this issue, and how the Treasury bench respond later, is one such one. Owen Patterson was and is a friend of mine, as well as being a former parliamentary colleague. We were asked to vote for something which effectively would have got him off a very painful hook. And I, along with 12 other Conservative MPs, against a lot of whipping, voted against the then government amendment to effectively, de facto, exonerate him. It was the most difficult vote I ever made, because he was a friend both political and personal. But it was a vote that I never have ever regretted, because it was the right thing to do. And when all the party allegiance and the toing and froing and everything else and the whipping and so on and so on, when all of that is over, at the end of the day, and I hope it doesn't sound too folksy to say this, Mr. Speaker, we all need to be able to look in the mirror and say to our families, to our friends, our constituents, whoever, I always tried, I didn't always, but I always tried to do the right thing. Now, I think the right thing for the government to do is to withdraw its amendment. I think the mood of the House is incredibly clear. The wise advice, he's a former Attorney General, he's a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee. I don't think anybody could refer to my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Kenilworth and Southam, as being a partial politician in this place. I just don't. I think his integrity speaks for itself. As does the integrity of the right honourable member, the member for Torvine. But anybody with a partial hearing of political interpretation will have gleaned the mood of the House, which is that the vehicle here, whilst respecting the national security and other issues, which is a perfectly legitimate concern of the government, is that this House vests within the Intelligence and Security Committee to discharge by senior members of this House and the other place, Privy Councillors all, those duties which those of us who are not Privy Councillors or on that committee cannot do for potential security issues. We vest our faith and trust in that committee, and it has never leaked. So the government can follow that path in good faith and with trust. I will in just a moment. I just want to finish this point, if I may. So I hope that either a manuscript amendment will be both forthcoming and, Mr. Speaker, accepted by you. But I pray in the interests of this place, because the Honourable Gentleman for the Forest of Dean mentioned party politics in this, and I'm afraid I disagree with him. I don't think there has been. I agree far more with my right honourable friend, the member for Skipton and Ripon. Because take away the party tags and the labels and the rosettes, etc. This is something that the vast majority of our fellow citizens speaks to the operation of the state. It speaks to the effectiveness of this place. It speaks to the reliance that the citizen can put upon it for us in difficult times to do the right thing, even when it is difficult to do. So I say to members opposite, talk to your whips, talk to the usual channels, ask the government not to press its amendment and or to withdraw it. And I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way. I wonder, would he agree with me, given what he said, that the amendment as drawn would in effect just throw a cloak over the very issues that many people in this House, many members, right honourable members, want to see dealt with? And the way to resolve those sensitive issues is simple: to engage the Intelligence and Security Committee. Isn't that the best way forward?
Is absolutely right in that respect, because why else would we have an Intelligence and Security Committee with that remit? It's not as if we're retrospectively trying to establish a committee of this House to do a specific job. It exists to do this sort of job amongst other things. So I hope that the Treasury bench has listened. On Monday, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster told this House, and in response to a question from me on his statement, that it was much better to deal with the removal of the title of Lord Mandelson by the procedures and standing orders of the House of Lords than it was by legislation. And he told the House, I'm sure in complete and utter sincerity at the time, that it would require a complex hybrid bill, Mr. Speaker. That was not an analysis that I shared. My understanding is that a simple bill to amend section 1 brackets 2 close bracket of the 1958 Act, which would effectively apply a cessation date to the honour of a life peerage, is all that is required. We have passed legislation, important legislation, for Northern Ireland and other issues in a day's sitting. The mood of the House was very clear. So in his summing up, I'd asked the Minister, because I think the Prime Minister indicated today at Prime Minister's question that he tasked his team, his officials, to drafting legislation. There is an appetite for urgency in this place. Allowing it to suppurate and drip is not going to be the answer. So if the Minister, in his summing up, or if he wishes to intervene on me, could give us a timetable as to when this House will see the bill and the government time will be found to take it through in one single day, that would be very helpful. Of course I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way, and there are many questions that are unanswered and need to be answered on the behaviour of Mandelson, but it is right, and I welcome that the government have promised to remove the peerages from Mandelson, but would he also agree with me that a bill should come before this House to remove Andrew Mountbatten Windsor from the line of succession?
Here.
I think, Mr. Speaker, we usually prefer that matters relating to those sort of things are not dealt with on the floor of the House. But
on this, because it is now a person, not a member of the royal family, it's completely different. For the help of the House, Samuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hospital pass.
My hospital pass has just gone through the shredder. So let me say to the honourable gentleman in all candour, yes. The likelihood of Mr. Mountbatten Windsor ever putting a crown on his head is so remote as to be unimaginable. But for clarity and probity, I agree with him. But I think we should deal with this matter in hand today. Now, my committee, the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, Mr. Speaker, has written to Sir Chris Wilmot, the Cabinet Secretary, asking him to appear before us. And this follows a letter that we wrote last October and received a reply from him on the 30th. The way of vetting a political appointment to be an ambassador was woefully inadequate. Now, I welcome the fact that Number 10 have put in place new procedures, but that is shutting the stable door after the horse is bolted. And it's either naivety or, worse, some form of complicity that the legitimate and obvious questions that should have arisen from any political appointee, but particularly Peter Mandelson, were not asked. I think it is extraordinary that the views of the Foreign Secretary were not invited on this appointment. I also find it very strange that vetting is only undertaken after the announcement of an appointment is made. That is a most bizarre way of dealing with things. So I'm pleased that the government has realised that things need to be changed.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Of course I give way to my honourable friend.
Grateful to my honourable friend, and he's right to look at the process, but I don't think the process provides any cover for the decision by the Prime Minister. If the New Statesman story today is true, that the Prime Minister was directly sent a report that, and I quote, clearly stated that Mandelson's relationship with the paedophile continued after his conviction for soliciting a minor for prostitution, and it contained links to photographs of Mandelson with a paedophile and drew particular attention to evidence that Mandelson had stayed at Epstein's apartment while he was in prison. If that is true, and in the candour has been talked about a lot today, does my honourable friend agree with me? We should hear from the Minister today. Is that report in the New Statesman true? Did the Prime Minister receive that report? Because that takes away any idea of the extent of the relationship. The extent of the relationship is as laid out in that report.
Well, my right honourable friend is right. But if this motion is passed unamended this afternoon, all of those papers will be available either to this place or to the ISO. And then we will know, because we're all aware on these sorts of things, somebody will set a hair running at some point and will say, oh, well, I think this, that and the other. So I've heard, for example, Peter Mandelson was in Labour Party headquarters each and every day in the run-up to the general election. He was intimately involved with the selection of candidates. I can see a couple of Labour members nodding as if to say, yes, I know exactly what was going to happen. And in essence, the ambassadorial position was a thank you present. Thank you for getting us back into number 10. Here's your sort of, final gift from the public purse to go and be our ambassador to Washington. Now, in the general scheme of things, that's perfectly fine. But I think we deserve to see the paperwork that shows the paper trail. And it is not unusual for political appointments to be made in that way for thanks. But, and that is in the abstract. In this specific case, it is unconscionable, and it does speak. It does speak, and this is, I think, the surprising thing, given the fact that the Prime Minister flaunts with some degree of credibility his previous role as a senior lawyer, his ability to tell right from wrong, and by God didn't we hear that when he was leader of the opposition. Any minor misdemeanour made by a Conservative, they put the plastic thing in the paper recycling box. By God, that was a hanging offence. They should all be taken outside, hung, drawn and quartered, etc. Now, being in government is obviously different, but why the appointment of Mandelson befuddles everybody is that the argument that the Prime Minister has deployed is the full extent of the relationship and friendship with Epstein wasn't known. The fact that there was any relationship post-conviction of Epstein should have precluded him. Why? Because an ambassador is not a representative of the government. It's His Majesty's ambassador to the United States of America. So it brings in the impartiality of the Crown as well. So there are serious questions to ask about the operation of number 10. The operation of number 10 and how the Prime Minister exercises his judgment. I'll give way and then I do.
Can I thank my right friend for giving way on that point? It does seem that there seems to be an amnesia happening about this, because this is the point. When he was made ambassador, it was well known that he continued the relationship with the convicted paedophile post his conviction, and there were simpering emails already in the public domain saying, "Oh, darling one, you should be forgiven." And so the suggestion that it's only recently that it became unacceptable for him to be ambassador is wrong. And if colleagues want to suggest on the other benches that it was not well known, colleagues like me raised it the day he was appointed in this chamber, and I was greeted with cheers and boos from that side. No one saying, absolutely, maybe there are concerns. So should that amnesia perhaps be reconsidered?
Just one sec. I'm bothered about time, and it's not me that's going to say it's 4 o'clock. All I would gently say is, it's the opposition day. The opposition may want to extend the time available. So I'm very bothered not many people are going to get in at the rate we are. So I just leave it with members to take care of time. Simon Hall.
Conscious of that, I agree with my honourable friend. Let me conclude with my two asks of the government to confirm when a bill will be introduced and that it will be passed speedily in both houses, preferably before the Easter, it has to be before the Easter recess. And the second is, I think on behalf of, if I may, it's not my job to speak on behalf of the backbenches of the government benches, read the room. read the chamber, I say to the Minister, let the Government Chief Whip and others to move this amendment send such a bad message, as the Honourable Gentleman for the Forest of Dean said, to our constituents, to victims not just of Epstein and Mandelson, but to the wider victim community, that when push comes to shove, officialdom somehow or another circles the wagons and finds a vehicle to filter and to protect. As the Honourable Lady for Hazel Grove said, the best thing that we can have here is transparency. The best disinfectant is sunlight. We need as much sunlight on these papers as possible. We can start to make some progress this afternoon. Don't move the amendment and publish the bill.
Polly Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me take a moment for us to remember those women and girls. Silenced, marginalised, degraded, objectified, discarded. Collateral damage in the pursuit of pleasure for a network of men who thought the rules don't apply to them. The correspondence between these men from across the political spectrum, from Steve Bannon to Noam Chomsky, is soaked in misogyny. The misogyny we as women don't actually hear on a day-to-day basis, the casual, relentless women hatred shared between men. We know well the misogyny directed directly at us. There are many of us here in this House who work hard to expose this misogyny as we are witness to it. But the misogyny hidden from us needs exposing. That is why the transparency the government says it is committed to is so important. If we say we believe in tackling power imbalances, if we believe in ensuring the law works for everyone, we cannot stay silent, and the hatred and the offences must be seen so that they can be tackled. Now, one man in particular is apparently guilty by association rather than actually involved in these particular acts, and he is the one who is the focus of the debate today. But it is also true that what has been revealed from these documents is that there appears to have been, over a number of years, horrendous breaches of trust and potential criminal activity amounting to misconduct in public office. Now, I would like this government, this House, and our political class to take this moment to acknowledge that while this is an extreme and egregious example of an individual believing that the rules do not apply to them, such behaviour cannot continue without the consent, active or passive, of others. And that is the moment we will agree that, this is the moment that we will agree that passive or active consent to allow such behaviour in public life will end. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I've raised the point of the Prime Minister. There's a broader point here, which is Lord Mandelson was appointed to the Lords. Labour for 115 years have been promising to get rid of the Lords. Now, the Conservatives appointed members who have been we should be getting rid of from the Lords, as have other parties. Please, is now not the time to scrap the Lords. Take the opportunity.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his point, and I accept that there are wider constitutional implications for what we are talking about right now, and I will come to some of those as I speak. We also know, I will take interventions in a moment, we also know, however, that there is a long track record across politics, not just across the political spectrum, but across decades, where people's talent, predominantly, might I say, men's talent, has been seen as a justification for appointment, regardless of their behaviour or their character. And we do need to consider behaviour and character. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I think Mandelson refusing to believe the victims over Jeffrey Epstein was an example of misogyny. And I think the Prime Minister deciding to appoint someone who remained friends with him is an example of passive consent. Would the member agree with me?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I will continue to explain in my remarks why I think this is a moment where we need to draw a line under that passive and active consent that we have seen for far too long across all political spectrums and across the decades, where people have turned a blind eye to bad behaviour. We need to know and to apply our judgment to whether somebody is suitable for public life, not just because of their talent, but because of their probity. We have many, many systems in place, and in our government and in our wider political environment, which are supposed to protect the public and our institutions from people who do not have the appropriate probity for public life. My concern, and the concern of many of my constituents and people across the country, and indeed my colleagues in this House, is that in some ways individual people's apparent talent for politics is seen as something that justifies turning a blind eye to their character, their associations and their own judgment. I know and understand the importance of acting to ensure national security is not put at risk. I only wish we could all be so sure that the former ambassador to the United States had similar concerns. I am less convinced by the language of international relations in the government's amendment. I would seek clarity from the Minister for the justification for such a broad term, especially when by very virtue of the nature of the relationships that should be under scrutiny via the transparency that the government says it is committed to, the relationship between our country and others may well have been exposed to risk. Will the Minister explain how the government will distinguish between material that is prejudicial to national security and international relations and that which is not? It is deeply concerning that there are reports in the media that this drafting is a convenient catch-all to prevent material being published. It is for that reason that I seek assurances from the Minister that the government has a plan to facilitate maximum transparency by handing over relevant and sensitive documents and communications to the relevant select committees. I know the Honourable Gentleman for Torfaen mentioned that there should be scrutiny of the Cabinet Secretary's approach that he has taken by the ISC. However, that is not the same as being given the material and having full oversight itself. I am sympathetic to the expressions of concern by my honourable friend, the member for the Forest of Dean. People voted Labour for change. People are convinced we are all the same. This is the moment where the probity of public life is on the line. The actions of this government can go one of two ways. A decision to draw a line under the culture of certain people being worth the risk, or an agreement that there will no longer be situations where particular individuals, because of connections or talent, are exempt from the rules that apply to the rest of us.
Right, let us come to Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, in this chamber just under 3 hours ago, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom made a long overdue and welcome admission, because for months the Prime Minister and various members of the Labour Party, various ministers, members of the Cabinet, have told us all to ignore our eyes and our ears, that he did not know, that he was not aware of the relationship that existed between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. And today he admitted at that dispatch box that he did. A disgusting.
Just for the benefit of the House, the debate will now go through to 7 o'clock, so that will allow more people to speak with a longer length time. Sorry for the interruption, Stephen.
4 hours is plenty of time, Mr. Speaker. A disgusting and dark day for this chamber and for each and every person living on these isles, because their Prime Minister admitted he knew. And of course he knew. Of course he knew. In The Guardian in 2023, Rowena Masson wrote about the court documents that had been released in the United States of America, which referenced the fact that Jeffrey Epstein had maintained a relationship with two individuals prominent in British public life. You'll know them. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Peter Mandelson. The Prime Minister knew. Just as he knew when Jim Picard of the Financial Times asked him in January 2024 about the relationship. The Prime Minister knew then.
He's seen the photos that each and every one of us in this chamber seen of Peter Mandelson in the luxury accommodation in New York alongside Jeffrey Epstein. He knew, I'm not going to give way, I'm afraid, he knew that they had a relationship, and yet he ignored it. He ignored each and every victim of Jeffrey Epstein when he chose to appoint him as the ambassador to the United States of America. And this debate, I will not give way. And this debate today is important. It's important because we get to the bottom of what Peter Mandelson did, and I will come to that. But we cannot in this chamber forgive nor forget the judgment of the Prime Minister when he chose to make that political choice. A choice that members opposite have told us repeatedly was a political risk. It was not a political risk. It was a betrayal of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, because Peter Mandelson, when he continued that relationship, knew that that man was a convicted sex offender. I said I will not give way. The member can sit down and listen to my speech today, as his colleagues should have done on many occasions in months gone past. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this Prime Minister has not only let himself down, he has let his office down, and he has let the public down, a public who he promised change to. He said that he would tread lightly on their lives. Do any of them believe that today? Do any of them have confidence in his judgment? Are the Labour Party seriously saying to the public that they still have confidence in his judgment? That we can trust him to make the big decisions when he can't even accept that a relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein should have stopped him becoming the ambassador to the United States of America?
He's going to answer it.
I thank you for giving way. I really do think he's misreading the mood of the House. We're trying to find consensus on what's being debated. But he talks about articles in The Guardian and what was in the public domain. But he will know that John Swinney stayed in Peter Mandelson's house last year in Washington. He doesn't always stay with ambassadors, but he chose to. So if he knew this was in the public domain, why did he stay with Peter Mandelson? And why did he not answer the questions on this yesterday when he was asked 5 times?
What a desperate and foolish intervention from the member opposite. I should have let him in, Mr. Speaker, earlier if I'd known that that was going to come, because he knows fine well that the First Minister of Scotland does not appoint the ambassador to the United States of America. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom does. And I've thought for once that we did have consensus in this House that the Prime Minister lacked judgment by appointing him in the first place, unless he disagrees that the Prime Minister should have appointed him.
This is thank you, Mr. This is what this debate is about. We're trying to find an agreement on how the information can be released into the public domain. It's not. We're not grandstanding for social media or the front page of the National. We're trying to take the country forward. Thank you.
Yet another one, Mr. Speaker. He excels himself. And on Monday, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, the Prime Minister was sat at the dispatch box, and I asked him a question. I asked him 2 questions. I asked him, firstly, to make an unreserved apology to each and every victim of Epstein for his decision to appoint Peter Mandelson. He chose not to do so. I then asked him if he agreed with me at that moment in time that Peter Mandelson should be subject to a police investigation, because I, of course, had just reported him to the police. He chose not to. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, what he said was only the SNP would go about this in this way. Here we are, 2 days later. Peter Mandelson is being investigated, but importantly, the Prime Minister has still not said sorry. An abdication of his responsibility. And he has had numerous occasions to do so. Another betrayal of those victims. And Mr. Speaker, we must move this motion here today and support this motion, to ensure that the treachery of Peter Mandelson is not ignored, to ensure that we properly understand why the Prime Minister took the decision that he took. But let none of us be in any doubt that any of this, any of the discussions about manuscript amendments or motions, or how we decide on anything, will matter as much to the public as the Prime Minister's lack of judgment in the first place. And that for him will lead to his departure from number 10.
Where's the list gone? Let's have a look. Natalie Fleet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being a Member of Parliament is a huge privilege that brings with it a huge responsibility. Responsibility that Peter Mandelson made an absolute mockery of, letting down our benches, this entire House and the country more widely. His arrogance, sense of entitlement and abuse of power was disgusting to see. But what I'm really worried about now is this story that is the story of women and how they are let down, is being watched by women across the world. And they're seeing their story of abuse being told through the lenses of powerful men, prime ministers, former princes, politicians. Women victims must be at the centre of whatever happens next. I am so glad that we are seeing paedophile Epstein files released. And I'm glad that I'm hearing cross-party consensus that more information should absolutely be public, and anyone who knows anything should declare it. However, I will not lie, I am angry that victims and survivors have had their anonymity ripped away because of careless way their information was handled. I am angry that men trafficked, exploited, raped women, at best turned a blind eye, and at worst covered it up. However, I am also unbelievably, incredibly grateful. We are here today because women used their voice. They were brave. They are not alone, and they were never alone in their abuse. At the time they were being trafficked in the most horrendous way. My community had the highest teenage pregnancy rates in Europe, often by older men who thought that young, vulnerable women were absolutely fair game. It's too. But what stays with me is while speaking up is so important, sometimes it is so difficult that the cost is life itself. I therefore want to use my platform to share the words of Virginia Giuffre. I am sorry to say that for all that's happened, more action is needed, much more, because some people still think that Epstein was an anomaly, an outlier, and those people are wrong. While the sheer number of victims Epstein preyed upon may put him in a class by himself, he was no outlier. The way he viewed women and girls as playthings to be used and discarded is not uncommon amongst certain powerful men who believe they are above the law. Many of those men still go about their daily lives enjoying the benefit of their power. Do you know why the world is as bad as it is? It's because people can only think about their own business and won't trouble themselves to stand up for the oppressed, nor bring the wrongdoers to light. My doctrine is this: that if we only see cruelty or wrong that we have the power to stop and do nothing, then we make ourselves share the guilt. I hope for a world in which predators are punished, not protected. Victims are treated with compassion, not shamed. And powerful people face the same consequence as everyone else. I yearn too for a world in which perpetrators face more shame than their victims. Yeah. And when anyone who's been trafficked can confront their abusers when they are ready, no matter how much time has passed. We don't live in this world yet. I thank you. I thank her.
The risk. This isn't some hidden or secret position that the government took. Ministers on the record, and Minister on the record in an interview, said that they decided that appointing Peter Mandelson was worth the risk. What does that mean? What are we talking about here? What is it worth? It's worth disrespecting, denigrating, betraying the victims of Jeffrey Epstein by appointing someone who chose to associate with a convicted paedophile. That is the risk that the Prime Minister chose to make, and I don't think it's the risk that the member for Bolsover would have made, or perhaps the former Deputy Prime Minister would have made, or many of those members. I think you would have made different judgments. And there's a pattern here, and those of us, not yet, those of us on these side of the benches know what it's like. When Prime Ministers are weak, when Prime Ministers are struggling to maintain their authority, they go further and further in doing things that the members opposite don't want them to do to save their own skins, and you can come to regret supporting that.
On that point,
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. When he talks about it being worth the risk, it's not just about denigrating those victims, it's also talking about those backbenchers that he's marching up the hill. It is worth the risk for him to march them up the hill and then do a U-turn later, or finally admit after so many months that he knew all along.
Absolutely, and I think that I pay tribute to the member for Forest of Dean, and I say this as a backbencher who stood up to my government, who realised this was happening and wasn't willing to be dragged into these situations. So I don't speak from a position of self-righteousness. I've been in that position. I did what I think was the right thing at the time, and I suggest to Labour members opposite that you think very, very carefully about this, because we had an admission today, after months of trying to get that out of him, drawn out of him by the Leader of the Opposition, that the Prime Minister knew that Peter Mandelson had continued his association with a convicted paedophile when he appointed him as Ambassador. I will.
Thank you for giving way, and also to reflect his interventions during the course of the debate as well, which I think has added to it. The Honourable Member for Ashton-under-Lyne earlier on suggested a manuscript amendment for the ISC. If that was to come forward, would he support it?
I'd like to see the detail of it, but I think that was a helpful intervention from the former Deputy Prime Minister, and I think there's a way forward for us potentially. But I also want to just highlight that it wasn't just this one issue of whether or not he knew he was in touch with a paedophile. We also know what was publicly reported before he was appointed. He was discussing government business from jail. Epstein was, with as if we can believe the reporting. So it wasn't just that. And what more could we have known? We are Five Eyes partners with the United States. We share the most secret and confidential information with the United States. What was stopping the government from approaching the Department of Justice in America prior to the public release of these emails and saying to them, is there anything in these emails that we need to know before we appoint Peter Mandelson as Ambassador? We could have asked them, and I'd like the Minister to say in his summing up whether we did ask them and any response we might have had, because we're talking about what's been in the public domain. We could have had that information as the government at least before that.
folks, the honourable gentleman giving way. I just wonder if he shares my opinion that they don't seem to get it at all. There's rising anger right across the country, and it's directed at Jeffrey Epstein and all the things that have been going on, but it's primarily becoming focused on the Prime Minister. His position is becoming increasingly untenable, and they're not seeing what's happening in the commentariat and in the press. This is happening in real time. I wonder if the honourable gentleman agrees.
Well, what I would say is actually, I think some of them do know. I think some of them do get it, and that's why we're seeing furious activity with the usual channels at the moment, because they actually, I think there's a whole movement of those members that were not going to be willing to support the government and voting for their own amendment today. So I think some of them get it, and I think the rest of them need to catch up quickly, because those that were first movers who spoke out and were clear that they weren't going to support it, they'll be able to hold their heads up high. And let's also be clear about Mandelson's disrespect to this House after he was appointed. We heard from the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, who I have to say, who has left the chamber, was here earlier, I'll refer to her remarks, gave a pretty poor account of why she wholeheartedly endorsed his appointment. The chair of the Select Committee, who's supposed to be independent and act on behalf of the House, was happy to come and explain all the reasons why she felt vetting wasn't complete, the processes weren't up to scratch. Well, why then did you not say this person should not have been appointed at the time? We know other members of the committee said the same thing, and actually they were similarly thrown under the bus by a chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee who endorsed his appointment. I think that is also a disrespect to this House.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that this boils down to judgment? And whether it's the Prime Minister or others on those benches, there was so much known about Peter Mandelson even before he was appointed. Surely someone should have got their head out of the sand and said, hang on folks, this isn't right.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
And as I've said, they decided it was worth the risk. Both the Prime Minister and, as we understand it, his Chief of Staff. And there was lots of distraction today at PMQs from a Prime Minister who didn't want to accept it was his judgment on the line. A lot of distraction around further police investigations, other things that Mandelson had done, things that we didn't know about. What we all knew and what the Prime Minister knew is that Peter Mandelson continued a friendship with a convicted paedophile when he made him the ambassador to the United States of America.
Grateful to my honourable friend giving way. Does he agree with me that the Minister needs to tell us at the dispatch box whether the New Statesman report today is true, that the Prime Minister was directly told that Mandelson stayed in Epstein's flat while he was in prison, and therefore the extent of that relationship was absolutely clear to the Prime Minister when he made the decision to make that appointment? And I know so many members opposite, because I spoke to some of them at the time, were uncomfortable with it but felt obliged to go along.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
My right friend is absolutely right, and there are many other questions that we want from the government, and that's why we're passing this motion today, a humble address rather, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that we have access to all the information. And we've heard from the members of the ISC and from other Select Committee chairs previously about how we can do that in a way that protects national security. So the idea that we can't do that without breaching national security is complete nonsense. And again, I would just say to members opposite, what will the public think? How will this look to ordinary members of the public? They may well put forward technical arguments, and the government might brief various reasons on the technicalities of why they can't pass this motion, how it's all too difficult. What the public will come away from this thinking is that Labour MPs, some of them, I think not all of them, Labour MPs were willing to collude and support a Prime Minister who exercised catastrophic, poor judgment at the expense of victims of violence against women and girls, something that's the stated aim of this government to have as its key tenet that it tackles. I think that will reflect very poorly on them, and the public will know exactly what's gone on here. A rescue operation for a flailing Prime Minister who I think is on his way out. And that's the final point I make. Prime Ministers are on the way out, and they fight and kick and they drag other people along with them, and if you allow them to do that, you will come to regret it, because once he's gone, he'll move on, he'll be doing new things, you'll still be MPs seeking re-election at the next election, having been tarnished and damaged by the things he did to save his own skin.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And of course, the thoughts of everyone in this House are with the victims and survivors of Epstein's appalling, horrific abuse. But the motion today that we're discussing focuses on something very particular. Not just what is known now, not just what has been revealed in the last few days, conduct for which Peter Mandelson needs to face the toughest toughest consequences. But what we are discussing today is also what was known. What was known at the time of the appointment of Peter Mandelson to the hugely important role of this country's ambassador to the United States of America. In 2023, the Financial Times reported that, and I quote, in June 2009, when he was the UK Business Secretary, Mandelson stayed at Epstein's lavish townhouse in Manhattan while the financier was in prison for soliciting prostitution from a minor. That was 18 months before the Prime Minister decided to appoint Peter Mandelson to the role of Ambassador to the United States of America. And at Prime Minister's questions today, the Prime Minister said that he knew before appointing Peter Mandelson that Peter Mandelson had maintained a relationship with Epstein. So people, not just in this chamber, but people out there are asking how on earth, given what was known and what is admitted was known, how on earth did Peter Mandelson end up being appointed by the Prime Minister as the Ambassador to the United States of America? I will give way.
Dr. Ellis. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he agree with me that it appears that the Prime Minister turned a blind eye to what was already known about Peter Mandelson's association with the appalling sex offender Jeffrey Epstein because he wanted essentially to cosy up to Donald Trump? Does he not agree that it looks very much like the wording of the government's amendment today, accepting papers prejudicial to international relations, effectively say the government doesn't want to release anything that might affect the Prime Minister's ability to cosy up to Donald Trump? Does he therefore agree that the government must withdraw this amendment to the motion today? And furthermore, does he agree that we need to do more than just deal with this, but to address the lack of public trust in politics and in this House? We need to deal with things like political donations, the pollution of misinformation, and the urgent need for reform of the other place, and indeed of electoral mechanisms in this chamber.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention, and I agree, and if the government is foolish enough to push its amendments, which I don't think they will, I will of course vote against it, because what it does, it would operate to stop us getting the full and complete truth about this matter. But I want to come on to some other points and make some progress. I know that other colleagues want to speak in this debate. So the public are asking, how on earth did Peter Mandelson end up being appointed by the Prime Minister to the role of Ambassador to the United States of America, given what was known, given what was in the public domain, and given what the Prime Minister said at the dispatch box today that he did know? And I think that something that must come into that, and it's not a distraction, is political culture. And by that I mean the political culture that has developed within the Labour Party. Now that might seem tangential, but how we ended up in a situation where a nasty factionalism has operated to such an extent that the Prime Minister and his advisers have promoted and protected Peter Mandelson when so many honest, decent Labour people around the country have been unreasonably punished and prevented from standing for office. We've all heard of Labour councillors who weren't allowed to stand for council, perhaps because they'd liked a tweet from a member of the Green Party or some such. We all saw how Andy Burnham was prevented, pushed by the Prime Minister, from even standing for Parliament, yet at the same time Peter Mandelson was promoted. Ways were found around other people standing for fairly minor positions, but a way was found by the Prime Minister and his advisers to push Peter Mandelson over the line into the office of USA, of the Ambassador to the USA. And I think the reason for that was quite simple, or one of the reasons was a nasty political factionalism. The reason that Peter Mandelson is looked upon so favourably by the Prime Minister and people around him is because he made his name kicking the left in the Labour Party, and he boasted about that. So I believe that clouded their judgment at the very least, and meant that they could find ways around what was known in the public domain, find excuses to push him over the line. When this was discussed some time ago in this place, I asked in this chamber many months ago how it was that, given what was known, Lord Mandelson at the time retained the Labour whip, while honourable friends from this side were still suspended from the whip for voting to add scrapping the two-child benefit cap to the government's programme in the King's speech. And I will give way to my honourable friend.
Well, to my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that if the government is serious about its commitments around transparency, that internal materials, internal communications in the Labour Party that involve Peter Mandelson in any shape or form need to be preserved and be released and be included in any upcoming or ongoing investigations?
Richard Bergen.
I do agree with my honourable friend says, and I want to put on the record that my honourable friend who just made that very important intervention was treated terribly by this party, by people around the Prime Minister, by people in the party bureaucracy, whilst at the same time these people had found reasons to turn a blind eye or make excuses for what was known. And I will give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. Would you agree with me that really what's at stake here is at a time whenever trust in the country across the UK is at a low, what the public will see, and victims and survivors out there, is the wagons being circled, no matter the party. And that is a very real casualty of this today. Would you agree?
Richard Bergen.
I totally agree with what the honourable member has said, and she's made that point very powerfully indeed. And it's no wonder that trust is at an all-time low in politicians in general, because what this affair also shines a light upon is the role of the rich and powerful, and the relationship between some at the top of politics and some of those richest and most powerful men in the world. Now, Peter Mandelson has always, I would say, had an unhealthy fascination for the super rich and the powerful. It's after all he that said he was intensely relaxed about people becoming filthy rich. But I would contend as well, because I do think that with this serious debate we need full honesty. As I alluded to before, one of the main reasons that Peter Mandelson was let off the hook and eased into one of the most important offices he could be given by the Prime Minister was because of his role in internal Labour Party factional affairs. And that is just completely wrong. I mean, I'll quote Peter Mandelson, who said, "I work every single day in some small way to bring forward the end of his term in office," referring, of course, to the Right Honourable member for Islington North, and that comment was made whilst he was leader of the Labour Party, and Lord Mandelson was a Labour Party member. And I would say that that is a reason he was so grateful for the job that Peter Mandelson did, kicking the left again and again in the Labour Party, that they turned... I will give way shortly. I think the Prime Minister would be really delighted if I did give way, because I'm trying to come to an important point. So the point I'm making is that the reward for that factional role that he boasted about, that he revelled in, the reward for that was that a blind eye was turned to the fact that the Prime Minister knew of the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. The reality is, and I will give way in a second, the reality is that Peter Mandelson wouldn't have made it onto a panel of local election candidates in the Labour Party. Yet he wouldn't have made it into the Parliamentary Labour Party as a candidate for the general election. Yet, because of his factional role and his relationship with the super rich that quite frankly stinks, he was eased into the position of ambassador to the United States of America. And that's the truth, whether or not people choose to admit it. And I will give way.
Mike Martin.
I thank him for giving way. And this is an important debate that deals with corruption on an international scale. It deals with victims, women and girls who've been victimised over years. And could I just ask the honourable gentleman to lift his eyes above factional Labour politics and focus on the issues at hand?
The point I'm making, he may not have understood. Maybe that's the Liberal position to these things, I don't know. What I'm talking about is the fact that victims of sexual abuse were put second to factional politics. The point I'm making is that this dirty, grubby, internal factional behaviour overrode these considerations. So in fact, I don't disagree with him. That's the point I'm making, that these things, the lives of survivors, should have been put first. The risk that Peter Mandelson posed to national security and his deep inappropriateness for the role of USA ambassador should have been put first. So it may be that he misunderstood me, but that's the very point I'm making. And the public deserve the truth. They need to know the full truth. They need to know who argued for Peter Mandelson, despite what is known about his relationship with Epstein, who argued for him to be pushed over the line and put into the role of ambassador to the United States of America, who warned against it, and what was the role of the advisors around the Prime Minister. And I think that is fundamentally important. We can't have a situation that the public quite rightly view as totally unacceptable, because we need to know, and nothing should prevent it, exactly how this happened, because the public are completely baffled and completely disgusted. And the point has been made that we need to clean up our politics. And of course, that means no jobs for the boys when they're completely, deeply inappropriate and deeply unsuitable for it. Of course, that means looking at the role of big money in politics. Mandelson was infatuated by the rich and powerful in the same way that he was infatuated by the factional politics within the Labour Party. And these things resulted in him being appointed to that position despite what was known. And so I'll finish on this. A manuscript amendment may be brought, I don't know. It may satisfy members on this side of the House and on the other side of the House, I don't know. But no manuscript amendment will rub away this crisis. No manuscript amendment, nothing that can be said in this House will remove the fact that the appointment of Peter Mandelson as an ambassador to the United States of America, despite what was admitted was known at the time, is literally indefensible. Literally indefensible. And I think it is really telling that not a single member on any side of the House has tried to defend that today, although they have defended it previously. And so I'll just end on that, and I just want to come back to the point that my honourable friend tried to make. We can't have appointments in this country suborned to people's friendships or the role that they have played in the factions in an internal party. That puts a national interest at risk. It can put national security at risk. The Prime Minister said, country first, party second. What we can't have is faction first, country second. And I think that's what happened with the indefensible decision to appoint Peter Mandelson to this important role, despite the fact it was in the public domain that he'd continued his relations with Epstein when Epstein was in prison for soliciting child prostitution.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. No matter which party we represent, no matter what deeply held differences we have, no matter how different our beliefs are, everyone in this chamber, and indeed anyone who serves the public, does so in the interests of this nation. We all signed up to serve our country, to do the best by Britain. Peter Mandelson has broken that vow. From politicians to civil servants, we all commit to the Nolan principles of public life. We promise to serve the public with integrity, objectivity, selflessness, accountability, openness, honesty. These principles state without qualifications that holders of public office should act solely in the terms of public interest. They state that holders of public office must avoid placing themselves under any obligation to people or organisations that might try inappropriately to influence them in their work. They state that holders of public office should act and take decisions in an open and transparent manner. Peter Mandelson has broken every one of these principles. And we are here, every single member of this House and the other place swears an oath of allegiance to the Crown. Before we take our seats, we stand here in this very chamber and swear to be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God. In years gone by, that oath was, of course, to Her late Majesty the Queen. It is an oath to the Crown, but it is also an oath to this country. It is a solemn pledge of loyalty to this nation and to its people. Peter Mandelson has betrayed that oath and betrayed Britain. The evidence is there for us all to see in the Epstein files. Peter Mandelson distributed critical, sensitive material about this country and its affairs. He conspired to work with foreign elites against this country's interests and against the policy of the government which he served. He gave some of the most privileged information to some very privileged people with the means and power to wield it. His actions could be classed as disloyal and duplicitous, even if the recipient of the information was of good standing. But in this case, the recipient of Peter Mandelson's leaks was a convicted paedophile. Privileged information was passed not only to a very privileged individual, but to a disgraced criminal, a grooming gang master, a grooming gang for the powerful and elite. Perhaps in the fullness of time, Epstein will be viewed as one of the worst grooming gang masters this planet has ever seen. And in doing so, Peter Mandelson has disgraced himself. His actions and his lack of candour are shameful in the extreme. But it's not his actions we should be concerned about. Earlier I omitted one Nolan principle, the final one, and it is leadership. That is precisely what has been lacking from this government since its formation. This Nolan principle requires public servants to challenge poor behaviour whenever it occurs. Why was Peter Mandelson's behaviour not challenged by the Prime Minister before his appointment? Why was Peter Mandelson allowed to assume a key role when his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein was known?
With my honourable friend,
absolutely.
Grateful to my honourable friend, and he's making a very powerful speech, grounded as it is in the Nolan principles. Does he agree with me that if the Prime Minister appointed someone who went on to breach all the Nolan principles in somewhere in a position as serious as that as the Ambassador to the United States, that would be a serious issue to deal with? The fact that he appointed that person who had already broken all the Nolan principles before his appointment, as well as after it, I think it makes the Prime Minister's position untenable.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I mean, the position of the Prime Minister, particularly after his remarks during Prime Minister's questions earlier, does raise very serious questions about what he knew and when, and why on earth he made that appointment. I've been doing this job as a Member of Parliament since 2017, and previously to that as a Member of the Scottish Parliament for 10 years, so almost 20 years. Throughout that time, I've been aware of the rumours and the speculation about Mandelson. Indeed, he was sacked from Cabinet on 2 occasions for misconduct. Throughout his political life, there have been question marks raised about his credibility, his conduct and his scruples. So why was Peter Mandelson able to get away with distributing sensitive privileged information while in office? Questions over Peter Mandelson's character and his loyalty to this country have to be answered. I'll give way to the honourable member who, yes.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Like him, I have been a member in this place for longer than I care to remember, and throughout that time I have seen powerful men go unchallenged and cause havoc with our country as a result. He and I will want to change that for good, because this is well beyond any partisan concern. Does he agree with me that now is therefore the time to revisit the role of this House and this place in appointments, in scrutinising, particularly with select committees, and their capacity to object? Too many people have known for too long about a number of controversial characters that they are not fit for public office. It's time to bring back the disinfectants of democracy into that process. Does he agree?
I think the obvious question from the honourable lady's point is, why on earth did the Prime Minister make that appointment when there was so much information about the toxic nature around Peter Mandelson? What on earth was the Prime Minister doing? And when you have honourable member, the honourable member for Hove, the Secretary, right honourable member for Hove, the Secretary of State doing the rounds, a cabinet member doing the rounds, saying it was worth the risk. So clearly, even within the higher echelons of the cabinet, not least the Prime Minister, there were concerns about this appointment. Yet nobody did anything about it. This individual who had this association with this predator, with this grooming gang master, who was sharing information, who subsequently was caught sharing information with him, sensitive information, should never have been anywhere near that important office of our ambassador to the United States. So there are so many questions from the government that need to be answered, but there's crucial questions that the Prime Minister has to answer. And for me, the Prime Minister's conduct on this is completely unforgivable.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I want to place on record that my thoughts are with the women and girls who were victims of Epstein and his cronies. I'm also deeply concerned with those who suffered incredible loss through the financial crisis in 2008. Madam Deputy Speaker, this House is at its best when we can find common ground and put aside party politics for the good of our country. And I believe that we are seeing that today. And as the Deputy Chair of both the Standards and Privileges Committees, I take that responsibility seriously. And I believe colleagues would say I always act without fear or favour. Standards in public life and the Nolan Principles are not optional to me, and they guide my work every day. As politicians, every single one of us in this place must be guided by them every single day. Our national security is of paramount importance, and I know that nobody in this House would want to undermine that. During the Hillsborough Law debate, it was made clear that there are existing legal protections for national security. At moments like this, we are reminded of the importance of the desperate need for the Hillsborough Law and a duty of candour. And during this debate today, it has been clear that allowing the ICS to have oversight is unquestionably the way forward. And at a time when public trust and confidence is at an all-time low with politicians and politics, we must individually and collectively lead the way and assure the public there is no hiding place for those who seek to betray our country for their own individual greed. Mandelson has a checkered history within my party. Some might say he has been a cat with 9 lives, being sacked from numerous positions. I cannot think of a more self-serving and self-absorbed politician than Peter Mandelson. A man
who, whilst leaking market-sensitive information to a convicted paedophile and sex offender, whilst the country queued outside banks and building societies, wondering if their life savings had gone. A man who has benefited so much from being in this nauseous, disgusting web, he can't even remember his account being credited with $75,000. A man who had no respect for our national security and international relations because his nose was firmly in the trough. And I also think, as a party, we must investigate the culture and those that have enabled Peter Mandelson to thrive for decades, constantly putting his own needs above those of our country and party. Leadership is about integrity, principle and vision. These are the values of my Labour Party, and we must embody them now more than ever. And I'm really sad to say that I am ashamed of the amendment that was laid today.
Hear, hear.
And I think that we have to do much, much better, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I implore my government to withdraw their amendment and let the ICS deal with the issues, because that is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, if it is not withdrawn, it is with a heavy heart that I must vote against my government amendment today, and I have written to the Chief Whip earlier today to let him know of my intentions. I will give way.
There are rumours about that there may be some kind of manuscript amendment that brings something forward that members opposite do feel they can vote for. But does she agree with me that the fact that the government were willing to try and make Labour members opposite vote for the original amendment is something they should not forget?
Paula Barker.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and I think I've made it clear what I think of the government amendment. I will end by saying, as my honourable friend did, the Prime Minister said consistently during the general election campaign that we must always put country before party. He promised the country that this Labour government will put country before party. I implore my government to ensure that that is what they do today.
Well said. Yeah, well said.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this debate is crucial, it's seminal, but first of all, it's got to be, first and foremost, about the victims of the horrible web that Epstein created, the abuse of women, the abduction of women, the raping of women, the secret imprisonment of women, and them apparently flown in and out of major cities around the world for the convenience of rich and powerful men. Utterly disgusting, depraved and abominable behaviour at every single level. And every member that's called that out is absolutely right to do so. Epstein wasn't revealed yesterday, he wasn't convicted last week, he wasn't convicted last year, he was first convicted 18 years ago. It's not as if his record wasn't extremely well known. And it seems that we're now only debating it because of the inclusion of Peter Mandelson in all of this ghastly, nasty, vile, horrible web that was created by them. And so I think we do have a duty to do something important today, and I for one support the opposition motion that's been put forward, and I hope it is voted on and we don't come to some crabby deal between the government and the opposition today to get a manuscript motion that kicks the whole thing into the long grass, long way away, on the pretence that we cannot discuss it because it might affect security or might affect international relations. Almost anything can affect international relations, and that to me sounds like a way in which the government would simply try and get out of it. The question is fundamentally one for the Prime Minister, and it's a bit odd that he's not here for the debate. It's a bit odd that he hasn't spoken in the debate. It's a bit odd that all he's done is said what he did today at Prime Minister's question time. I cannot believe that when he was about to appoint Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to Washington, he wasn't made fully aware of all of Peter Mandelson's record. He would have known the number of times Peter Mandelson was forced to resign, even from the Tony Blair government, because of his behaviour. He would have known all of that. He would have known Mandelson's record as an EU commissioner. He would have known Mandelson's record of an interesting relationship with global dealers in minerals and many other things. He would have known all of that. And yet he still went ahead, apparently despite Foreign Office and other advice, to appoint Mandelson as the ambassador to Washington. What a shame, what a disgrace, and what an appalling appointment to make. And we still don't even know if Mandelson is still being paid by the Foreign Office for that. And so I think today we've got to be very stern and very clear about this. There needs to be the fullest possible inquiry into all of this. Parliament is not competent to undertake this inquiry. The Cabinet Secretary is not competent. The civil service machine is not competent, because they've all been ensnared into this gilded friendly web of Mandelson, the business contacts, the political contacts, the social contacts, under which favours were done, contracts apparently awarded, this ghastly company Palantir trying to get hold of our National Health Service, apparently at the behest of Mandelson and others. None of us here are competent to have that inquiry. That's why I intervened, and I thank those members that did give way earlier on how the inquiry should be conducted. I think it has to be on the basis of something judicially led, independent, and for the most part in the public eye. Rather like eventually the government was forced to undertake the Chilcot inquiry into the Iraq war. That's the nearest parallel I can find. Because it needs to expose the whole web that Mandelson created and the power play that he operated on within the civil service, within the political establishment, within the media, and so much else. The member for Leeds East made a wonderful and very, very powerful speech, and I thank him for the reference he made to what Mandelson said and did about me when I was leader of the opposition and leader of the Labour Party. I can just confirm to the House, under my leadership, Mandelson had no role, no influence and no part to play, because I do not trust the man, I do not believe the man, and we need to make that very, very clear, because his role in British politics has been basically malign, undermining, and essentially a very corrupting influence altogether. And so when we look at our politics, we need to look at the role that big money plays, the role that patronage plays, the role that turning a blind eye to crime plays, because that is what we end up with, the national embarrassment of Mandelson being the ambassador to Washington, apparently on the basis that it was a risk worth taking in order to please Donald Trump, which I don't know if that succeeded in pleasing Donald Trump, but I did notice that at one of Donald Trump's endless press conferences, he couldn't remember who Mandelson was. So I'm not quite sure how big the impact had been on the president. And so today is a day of shame for our politics. It's a day of shame that we've got to this situation where it's now been exposed. Epstein was very, very powerful and very, very wealthy. Obviously, there needs to be more and more examination into that. They've uncovered more files than even Julian Assange managed to uncover in WikiLeaks, and these are going to be read and studied for a long time to come. And there are lots of people all around the world that were dragged into this ghastly web based on dishonesty, based on lies, based on corruption, and based on patronage. It's up to us as MPs to fess up to what's happened and make sure there is a genuinely open, independent inquiry into all of this, and we look ourselves in the mirror about the standards of democracy we have in our society, the standards of patronage that continue within our society. Yes, of course.
We're extremely grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for making a powerful speech, and he referred to his colleague opposite's speech on factionalism. But and he made the point that we need an independent inquiry. One of the reasons for that will be the number of staff from Labour Together, a factional group within the Labour Party, who were appointed to civil service posts directly after the general election, including one, I believe, Jess Sargent, to the Cabinet Office's Propriety and Constitution Group. So we shouldn't have anyone opposite on the front bench trying to suggest, oh, don't question the impartiality of the civil service. They undermine the impartiality of the civil service, and we need an independent inquiry. If the public are to know, we're going to get to the truth.
I think that's a very fair point that the member makes, and of course the role of factions within parties is enormous. We've seen the role that Mandelson played, that Morgan McSweeney has played, and others have played in sidelining, silencing and getting rid of very good active people within the Labour Party, and ultimately it's the Labour Party that loses as a result of it. And I was extremely grateful for the role that Peter Mandelson played in the last election in Islington North. He came along and canvassed and we won with 50% of the vote, and so that's the only useful thing he's done for a very long time that I can remember. But the point the member makes is actually a very fair one, that it is right that ministers and governments should be able to bring political advisers in with them into government. And I remember discussing all this with Tony Benn in the 1970s about his view that the civil service was intrinsically conservative, intrinsically reactionary, and you did need voices in there that were prepared to speak up for an alternative policy. And I think I understand that point. But there has to be a limit somewhere about the role of the political advisor in running the civil service. That's the Rubicon they must not cross. They can advise the minister, that's reasonable, and they may have a very strong view, they may have a very different view to the civil service, that's fair enough. But they should not be there running the civil service, because if we believe in an independent civil service, then we must practice it, even though it's probably quite uncomfortable for ministers at various times. And so I conclude my contribution with this. I say to the government, don't come to some deal today to get past today. Don't just get through today and think, wow, we got through that mess, and they'll put it in their diaries and say, horrible day in the Commons, but tomorrow's another day, we'll move on. No. Let's have the open public inquiry that's necessary. Let's have the understanding that we are going to turn the page on the era of patronage, of the close relationship between commercial pressure groups and lobbying in the Lords and here and all around the media in our society, and really strive to build that open, fair, democratic society that we should all believe in. Those that suffered in order to gain universal suffrage and democracy didn't do that so we could develop a corrupt political system. They did it because they wanted an open, democratic, accountable system that worked for the benefit of the poorest in our society as well as everybody else. So let's pass that motion today. No deals, pass the motion, inquire with real seriousness into the horror show that we've heard about.
Order. I must inform the House the manuscript amendment to the Amendment A has been tabled by the Prime Minister, and I have selected that amendment. For the convenience of the House, the manuscript amendment adds the following words to the end of the current amendment, which shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. Copies of the manuscript amendment are now available in the Vote Office. I will call the Minister to move that amendment formally when winding up the debate. The debate now continues with Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been waiting for 3 hours to speak in this debate, and I was wanting to talk about consensus, but it seems that my speech is just one place too late. And I want to start by following on from the member from Islington North and the point he made about recovering Mandelson's pay, or at least stopping the pay being awarded to him. I have to say, constituents in Edinburgh South West want to go further and recover his pension as well. But I do want to start by thanking the opposition front bench for bringing this debate today. I think it's right that we do debate these issues, and I think certainly people in my constituency expect that to happen. In terms of consensus, though, I think where we're at is that the SNP, Greens and Lib Dems back their original humble address. I'm not sure if your party backs it or not, or perhaps the gentleman was just speaking on his own behalf. The Conservatives seem to accept that their humble address was a little bit reckless, and they want to support the involvement of the ISC, and now the government is showing leadership and brought that in. I think that's where we're at. I mean, feel free to correct me. Do you want to correct me? The way you want to correct me, I'm happy to take an intervention. But I did expect to come here today, Mr. Speaker, and hear a little bit more about what Mandelson may or may not have been getting up to during the era of Alistair Darling and Gordon Brown trying to save our economy. Gordon Brown's a man I have huge respect for, a man of real integrity, and Alistair Darling is a predecessor in my seat. Again, he was a man of great integrity and someone who I really respected. I think Mandelson, I think we can all agree, was the complete opposite of these two great men, these two political leaders of my era. And I don't doubt that once that criminal investigation is completed, there will be a public inquiry that some people are talking about. But I think it's right that we have focused on Mandelson's links with Epstein today, and I think the member for Bolsover made that absolutely clear about why that is so important. Very happy to.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's just said that he thinks it's absolutely right that this House focuses on Peter Mandelson's links with Jeffrey Epstein, and I welcome him for suddenly coming to that conclusion. Can I ask him why, then, the Prime Minister felt it necessary to appoint him as the US ambassador when he, after this afternoon's revelation, knew that he still had a relationship with him?
Dr. Tarter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, that's why I'm here in this debate this afternoon, because I want to see these documents released so we can understand what decisions were made. You might not guess it, but you might not guess it. Go for it.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for giving way. We know the decision that was making. He was appointed ambassador whilst knowing that there was a relationship with a convicted paedophile, and it was worth the risk. So what is worth the risk? What is the level of relationship that is acceptable with a paedophile? Is it coffee in the morning or dinner at night? What is that level? There should be none with a convicted paedophile.
Scott Harper.
Hopefully the documents will explain what has happened. Hopefully. I mean, can I just expand on one point? You know, so I know I don't look at it, but I've been around for a long time. I can remember Mandelson's first lap, then his second lap, then I'm going to the Lords, and now this third lap. So my general perception of him is not someone I would trust. I wouldn't buy a second-hand car from him. But that's based on my perception of the media. I've not seen the vetting they went through. When the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee went through what the selection procedure was, and I accept that's a procedure that this government's inherited, I thought it was an absolute shambles the way the steps they went through. Nothing what I would expect. I expected much more detail. So hopefully these documents will give us a bit more detail. Happy to give way.
I'm grateful for the honourable member for giving way. He's just said that he wouldn't have bought a second-hand car from Mandelson. So would he have made him ambassador to the United States?
Based on my knowledge of him, absolutely not. But I've not seen the vetting documents as insubstantial as they appear. I've not seen them.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Given the fact that he would not have appointed, rightly I think, he would not have appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States of America, does he have any confidence that the Prime Minister, one, made the right decision at that point, or can make the right decision on any other national security issue ever again?
Take care. Dr. Scott Arthur.
We heard from the Prime Minister at lunchtime at length today, the Prime Minister's questions time. We're going to release this information. That's a chance for people to look at this. I think we can speculate, but what this debate is about today is about releasing this information into the public domain so people can be reassured that the right decision has been made, and if it's not, we can question it. Do you want to?
Still increasing.
For giving way. He was here earlier when I raised the possibility of how we learn not just to deal with this situation, and I am with colleagues who are not happy about the amendments that were originally proposed, but also what we can do fundamentally, because the truth is this is not the first time that we have seen controversial people appointed to positions. Does he, as a relatively new MP, share my interest in learning from other jurisdictions around the world where you have pre-appointment hearings by, say, for example, select committees that can object to a shortlist, that we toughen up the role of this place in being the eyes and ears about what good democracy practice looks like?
Dr. Scott Arthur.
I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I really thank the Honourable for that point. But the description of the vetting procedure described by the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee just seems so insubstantial to me. So absolutely right, we have to do much better. I'm in the process of recruiting a community engagement officer, and it felt like we had more rigour in appointing that person in terms of checking the background than the process that was described. I mean, I do have to accept perhaps I might have understood the process that was described. So it's right that we have focused on Mandelson's links with Epstein, absolutely. But I'm also reflecting on the fact that if Mandelson wasn't included in this data release at the weekend, perhaps we would have been speaking about Andrew Windsor and Sarah Ferguson today as well. And I think they are perhaps the winners in this. Another point, earlier I was guilty of saying the member for Edinburgh South had misread the room in terms of how he was presenting his arguments. But he was right in one point. He was right when he said that Mandelson is a traitor. And I think hopefully meant not just a traitor to the UK, but also a traitor to the survivors of sexual abuse from Epstein and survivors of sexual abuse everywhere, actually. So I really do think that residents in Edinburgh South West and everywhere expect us to work together on this today and reach consensus. And hopefully we can do that. I'm still not sure that the Lib Dems, SNP and the Greens are on board yet, but I think we're coming much closer together. And I think... So, because it seemed that, apologies, it seems that the SNP Greens and Lib Dems perhaps were wanting to back the original humble address rather than including the ISC being involved in the process. That was my understanding.
Lisa Smart.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for him letting me intervene. I said explicitly in my remarks from the Lib Dem front bench that I welcomed the Minister's openness to the ISC being part of this. So I'm glad he gave me the opportunity to clarify.
Really grateful for the correction. As ever, perhaps I wasn't listening quite as carefully as I should have been. So I really do thank you. So I'll just end by thanking our front bench for, I think, listening to the arguments from this side and from right across the chamber, showing a bit of leadership, and hopefully bringing us together with some consensus. Oh, go for it, go for it.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. His speech is coming across to me as quite miraculous, and not in a good way, in that he is claiming that his front bench have shown leadership this afternoon. Let's say to the House exactly what's happened. His leadership and his front bench have changed and amended this legislation today, or the motion today, because they knew that the people over there wouldn't have voted for the original one.
No,
can we just reflect for a second? I think the original humble address was reckless. It was going to put information which would have damaged our country into the public domain. And what the minister, and you could argue that the minister's original amendment perhaps was an overreaction to that. We were getting to a good place now. We're reaching consensus. Very happy to try.
Specific point of our amendment then, had all things been equal, would he have gone through the I lobby or the no lobby when that division was called?
Lord Scott Arthur.
I had complete confidence in the minister reaching consensus within the House today. But I would, but seriously, look, would members opposite voted for their own motion today, which would have put that sensitive information in the public domain? I really doubt it. I think better of them. Thank you.
Very quickly, I think our motion was very clear, and we do know when it comes to the IEC and how evidence and information is brought forward. My point, Mr. Speaker, was very clear. Would he have come with us on that motion, or would he have gone against it?
Scott Arthur.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to sit down. I'll do so.
Marvellous, Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had some very powerful speeches in this debate, and actually I think it's a credit to this House that we are discussing this issue and the appalling behaviour of Jeffrey Epstein in a way that is not being discussed in Washington. However, what we have heard in the last few days has been truly shocking. The photos, the emails, the revelations of the very close nature that Peter Mandelson had with Jeffrey Epstein, which actually now raises questions potentially of criminality and even treason.
I agree.
But beyond that, actually what the House is asking is how was it that somebody who was already established to have had to resign twice from government in disgrace, who had questions over his performance in the European Commission, and then was known to have maintained a very close friendship with a convicted paedophile. How did that man ever come to be regarded as an appropriate appointee as our ambassador in Washington? That was one of the issues, and that was the critical issue which the Foreign Affairs Committee was anxious to examine. We did repeatedly ask that Peter Mandelson come before the committee. He did not. We were told eventually that we had had an opportunity to speak to him briefly over breakfast when we were in Washington, and therefore that was sufficient. It was not sufficient. We were not able to ask him any of the questions. We did subsequently have the opportunity to ask those questions of the Permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office and the Cabinet Secretary. And the Chair of the committee has already set out some of the issues that were raised. But I think it is worth repeating. We were told that in the appointment of Lord Mandelson, there were 3 parts, that the process consisted of 3 stages. The first stage, because this was a political appointment at the direct instruction of the Prime Minister, therefore there was no interview panel, there was no fireside chat which would normally take place between the appointing minister and the candidate. Instead, the Foreign Office was told that this was the wish of the Prime Minister. And instead, he was asked to fill in a conflict of interest form in order to understand his private interests that might have some conflict with his position. I give way.
I'm very grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. The Prime Minister made a huge deal about a process having gone through when he was answering questions from the Leader of the Opposition earlier today. If I understand him correctly, is it that the process was the Prime Minister wanted Peter Mandelson?
That was made absolutely clear right from the start. Indeed, the Permanent Undersecretary described this as a political appointment which was the direct instruction of the Prime Minister. But I do want to just go through the 3 stages. So this first stage, the conflict of interest form, as the Chair of the Select Committee actually brought out, essentially what this consisted of was Peter Mandelson being asked to fill in a form and to choose what to put down on it. And there was no subsequent questioning about anything that did not appear on his form. The form, of course, is something that we have not seen, and I hope that as part, indeed, I believe that as part of the motion which we are likely to pass today, that form should now be made public. Also, as a part of the potential conflict of interest, I did raise with the Permanent Undersecretary the question of Lord Mandelson's continuing shareholding in Global Council. The Permanent Undersecretary replied to me, "This was honestly the hardest bit of the process for both of us. Lord Mandelson was a founder of the company. While he was confident that he could conduct his role as ambassador without giving rise to a conflict, we wanted to make sure we mitigated that possibility in some ways." So the conclusion was not that Lord Mandelson should dispose of his shareholding. Instead, there were some Chinese walls put in place which would ensure that he wasn't aware of who the clients of Global Counsel were, or indeed the work being undertaken. And I listened with concern to the speech from my honourable friend on the front bench about the meeting that took place with Palantir. I think that raises real questions about the effectiveness, just one second, the effectiveness of the so-called undertakings that were put in place by the Foreign Office, and we need to understand that. Of course I get it.
Thank you for allowing me, but I rise with incredulity to learn that the interest there was not a requirement to dispose of the interest. I recall going through ethics and propriety when being made a minister, that it would be entirely inappropriate to hold things. I know of colleagues who had to dispose of interest. Would you agree with me that if the noble Baroness Grey was perhaps still running propriety and ethics, something like this would not have happened?
Sir John Whittingham.
I completely share the view of my right friend. Like her, I too went through a process in which I was required to get rid of rather smaller shareholding interests than the one held by Lord Mandelson. But this is just one of a huge range of questions to which we need to know the answer. The second stage of the process.
Before my friend moves on from that stage, may I? Thank you.
Alicia Sherms.
One other appointment we've had, and some might argue he is the de facto Foreign Secretary, is the National Security Advisor, Jonathan Powell. How can we have confidence that he went through the appropriate vetting, not least when he's running around having secret meetings with Wang Yi and other Chinese senior officials, when we cannot have confidence it was done in the American ambassador, our ambassador to America?
John Whittingham.
Well, I think once we get the revelations of the documents as to precisely what occurred in the case of Lord Mandelson, that is bound to raise questions about what procedures were followed in the case of other appointees, and particularly the one that she raises, Jonathan Powell, who in many ways is the Foreign Secretary of this country. The second stage of the process, we were told, was the due diligence carried out by the Cabinet Office. The due diligence consisted of identification of information and a second part of it, which was judgment about it. However, all of the information that was obtained in the due diligence was actually in the public domain already. There was no additional investigation take place. It was simply, essentially, an internet trawl. That report, the due diligence report, was presented to the Cabinet Secretary for onward transmission to the Prime Minister. However, even at that time, actually, due diligence through an internet trawl would have already shown up the fact that Peter Mandelson had been to stay in the townhouse belonging to Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction. So the continuing association after his conviction had already been reported in the press, and therefore was bound to form a part of the due diligence process. And the question which has been raised several times in this debate already, which is when the appointment was made, did the Prime Minister know? And we understand that potentially he did, which I assume was contained in the due diligence report. That was put directly to the Cabinet Secretary. Did you tell the Prime Minister about Mandelson staying in the Manhattan townhouse when Epstein was in jail? And all that the Cabinet Secretary said to us was, I will consider whether there is further information that can be shared and write to the committee. We have never had a full answer to that question. And then the third part of the process was the developed vetting, which we're told is a usual process for very senior appointments. It consists of a wide range of different investigations. We're told it's staff files, company records checks, check of spent and unspent criminal records, credit history, a check of security service records, and an interview, not just of the candidate, but also of the referees that have been supplied by a trained investigating officer. I think we will need to see the outcome of that report, even if it can only be provided, as the government has now conceded, to the Intelligence and Security Committee. But taken together with those three processes, the Prime Minister still decided there was no obstacle to the appointment of Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States. We then come to the question put to him, Prime Minister's questions, following the Bloomberg report of the large number of emails. The Foreign Office learnt of those emails the night before Prime Minister's questions, and I pressed the Permanent Under-Secretary as to whether or not Number 10 had been told that these emails contained material evidence which could potentially change the whole perception of Lord Mandelson's relationship. He said that he had a duty of care to Lord Mandelson and therefore he needed to make checks. He essentially told us that Number 10 had not been informed. I find that very hard to believe. As somebody who used to prepare the Prime Minister for answering questions, the idea that something was not told to the Prime Minister of that order seems absolutely extraordinary. But there is another question which I think needs to be asked. The British government say that they discovered of all these emails which proved that the relationship was very long-standing and much closer than had ever been admitted by Lord Mandelson. They discovered them because Bloomberg obtained copies in a leak. They were held by the US government in the Department of Justice for months. The US government knew all about them, but it was only when we're told Bloomberg obtained them that the British government found out.
Will you give way on that point?
Of course I will.
So you believe it's conceivable then that the government did not ask, is there any compromat on the US ambassador, the British ambassador, to become the US ambassador on that basis? Because it seems incredulous that this has been known about, as he rightly pointed out in his speech, for years.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think there are two possible questions. The first is, why didn't the British government ever ask the US government, who they knew had all this material from Jeffrey Epstein, whether it contained any additional information that might be relevant to the appointment of Peter Mandelson? Or equally, our relationship, we are told, with the United States is so close. We share intelligence. Is it really the case that they didn't feel necessary to tell us? Either way, it is an appalling breakdown of communication. And I have to say, I find it very difficult to believe. These are all questions which we pressed the Permanent Under-Secretary on, that we pressed the Cabinet Secretary on, and we failed to obtain any answers. And I have to say that my confidence in a further investigation by the Cabinet Secretary is actually influenced by his failure, really, to answer any of these questions when he came before the Select Committee the first time.
Would my right honourable friend give way?
Of course I can.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Once the Bloomberg leak had been done, I'm sure my right honourable friend remembers that many of us asked the government, surely now that these things have turned out to be true, surely we should now turn Lord Mandelson, Peter Mandelson, inside out, as if he had become outed as a spy. And surely the things which have now been released over the weekend would have come out. Is he surprised, like I am, that the government did not seem to do the investigation into Peter Mandelson subsequent to him being fired?
I completely share the astonishment expressed by my honourable friend. And as further revelations come out about the behaviour of Jeffrey Epstein, particularly in relation to his links with Russia and other hostile powers, you'd have thought then again the government would say, please, if there is anything involving Peter Mandelson, we wish to know about this. The potential damage to our national interests that may have occurred as a result of Lord Mandelson's continuing to feed information to Jeffrey Epstein is huge, and that is something which has not yet even begun to be properly exposed.
With my right honourable friend, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. In his interrogation of the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Cabinet Secretary, was he able to shed any light on another part of our motion about whether there was any severance payments made to Lord Mandelson, how much they were, because if there were payments made, we should be seeking to get them back for the taxpayer.
My honourable friend is absolutely right and actually anticipates my exact next point in that I asked the question.
Well said.
I asked the question to the Permanent Under-Secretary whether or not he was still on the civil service payroll. I was told he was not. I was asked whether or not a settlement payment had been made, and I was told that he had resigned, but that his contract would be honoured. And when I asked whether or not that included payment, I was told it was a confidential matter between him and the civil service, but that I will see if I can actually find it, because the exact wording is worth my just quoting again. So I said, so the Foreign Office is not going to give any information as to whether the payment was made to him, to which the Permanent Under-Secretary said, any implications of his termination will be reported in our annual report and accounts, but termination payments below a particular threshold, which I think is £300,000, do not get itemised. So I think the quick answer is no. However, I hope that, again, that is something which the government has now indicated will be made public. I want to conclude my remarks by saying, of course, I recognise that...
Would he give way just before he concludes?
Just before I do,
I'm really grateful for the right honourable gentleman for giving way. And I'm just thinking about the response that he got from the Permanent Under-Secretary. Do you think that was a Permanent Under-Secretary trying to be helpful to his committee? Or do you think that was obfuscation and telling elected members of Parliament to get their nose out of his business?
I have to say to my old friend, I regarded the whole session as a sort of masterpiece in Sir Humphrey's speak. It was an awful lot of words conveying very little substance. But I just want to come back to this point. I absolutely understand the necessity of not revealing information that may be damaging to national security. But I think, as one or two members have already said, actually transparency is really important here. And therefore, I hope that the government will make public as much as is possible, and certainly as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I will be pressing that the committee look at this, all the information that is published, and follow up on the rather unsatisfactory session that we already had. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to conclude with my overall impression, having looked at this process in some depth. It was clear that the Prime Minister wanted Peter Mandelson to be our ambassador in the United States. The Foreign Office had to conduct the usual procedures, and we heard about the three parts of the process. But I believe that the message was very clearly sent to the Foreign Office: go through your motions, but make sure that it ends up with his approval being granted. And that has been the overriding impression, that to some extent boxes were ticked, but the Foreign Office were told very clearly he is to be the next ambassador. And that was a direct instruction of the Prime Minister.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must start by putting on record my horror at the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, as so many honourable members have done today. This man is a paedophile and a perpetrator of evil acts. The pain of the victims and their families must be unimaginable. And I want to pay tribute to the speech made by my honourable friend, the member for Bolsover, earlier today, which was incredibly brave and powerful, and my words cannot match hers, but if you were not in the chamber, I urge all colleagues to watch that speech. I think it's clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the House is united in disdain at the actions of Lord Mandelson. And it was always my intention to speak briefly this afternoon, and it was always my intention to talk about this being an opportunity for the House to come together. Because I think it's unmistakably the case that when we talk to our constituents, so often people will say, why don't you talk to each other like human beings? Why don't you respect to each other? Why don't you respect each other? Why is this place a pantomime so often?
But it isn't always the case, and today it absolutely has not been the case. We do respect each other. I've been here for 18 months. I have the humility to say I have much to learn about this place, but there are many people on all sides of this chamber who I admire greatly. And this afternoon, just to call out a few of them, the member for North Dorset's speech, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the very important intervention of the former Deputy Prime Minister, which we'll come to a little bit later, the interventions from the member for Rutland and Stamford. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not just today that we listen to each other and should listen to each other. One example, members who agree, there isn't a huge amount that we would agree on, but whenever he speaks on international affairs, I do my utmost to come and listen to him because of the experience that he has in this House. And I'm very surprised to see he's not in his place today, but the member for Strangford, the only thing that matches his number of interventions, in Westminster Hall, is his decency as a man and as a parliamentarian. So I wanted to put all of that on the record. The focus today, of course, though, rightly has been on Lord Mandelson. There is unity in contempt for his actions, the scandalous and the brazen way in which government information was leaked, how we undermined the government and his colleagues seemingly at every turn. His actions will offend every British citizen, every public servant and every member of this House. It's why decisive action was needed, and it's why this debate this afternoon was so important. I do wholeheartedly welcome the decision that has been made and proposed by the government that the Intelligence and Security Committee will determine which documents are released. And I want to commend the courage of those who made that argument earlier today, not knowing if they would be successful in making their case, but also the courage of the government to accept those recommendations.
The honourable gentleman give way on that point.
I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way on that point, and he has articulated very eloquently how we have come together in this House, both to roundly condemn the role that Mandelson has played in the corrupt web around Jeffrey Epstein, but also that we have come out to say together we must have all the full facts laid bare, and I hope that he will join me in congratulating the government on conceding and putting forward the amendment for independent scrutiny by the IFC so that they will oversee the disclosure of the appropriate documents.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, and that's why I began my remarks by saying this has been an important day for this House, because I sincerely believe that we are collectively in a much better place now than we were when we started the debate. I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way and for the tone of the speech that he is giving. He talks about us having moderate language and being representatives of our constituents, and I agree with him. But in addition to that, we are elected to this place, hopefully because of our judgment and the trust of our electorate. Now, whatever the outcome of this debate and whatever the outcome of those documents, we already know that the public knew, the media knew, our constituents knew, we all knew, and we discovered at about 12 o'clock today, the Prime Minister knew that Lord Mandelson had a close personal relationship with a convicted paedophile. Does he think the Prime Minister can still command the trust of this House and the public?
Very well. I think there are unquestionably things that we did not know. And I listened incredibly carefully to the Prime Minister in PMQs today, and he was clear, and it was a personal statement for him, that he has felt lied to at every single stage of the process. And the precise reason why I think everybody in this House wants to see every single document published that we possibly can is to get to the bottom of that. But I believe the Prime Minister. I'll make some progress. All of us in this House deserve the truth. Everyone in the country deserves the truth. And most importantly of all, so does every victim. Mandelson's time in public life was a very dark chapter. It is the duty of this House to shine a light on it
and give the public the answers that they absolutely deserve.
Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker. This situation stinks. Peter Mandelson maintained a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after he had been convicted. This wasn't before anyone knew about his grotesque crimes, not when it was being whispered about, but after his conviction, when the world knew exactly who and what Jeffrey Epstein was. Yet before his appointment as ambassador to the United States, senior Labour MPs went on television and social media to praise him, members sitting opposite today. They knew the facts, because by that point, it was already public knowledge that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's New York home while Epstein was serving time as a convicted paedophile. When asked about this last September, the Prime Minister told this House he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson, despite knowing about his close relationship with Epstein. That's right, the leader of the Labour Party and the Prime Minister had full confidence in a man that was besties with a convicted nonce. What a disgrace. And what we are witnessing is not accountability, it is the Westminster Club protecting its own. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about this Labour government. Large sections of the media also play their part. Mandelson didn't simply drift back into public life, he was rehabilitated, rebranded, presented as respectable. He was welcomed on the BBC's flagship programme as a wiser elder statesman, given differential treatment by The Spectator, The Guardian and The Sunday Times. These are the same outlets that lecture relentlessly about standards and morality when it is a trade unionist, a protester, a working class person who puts a foot wrong. But when it's one of their own, the tone changes. Suddenly it's about experience, pragmatism, it's about getting things done. This is how power protects itself. And what about the victims, the girls and the young women abused by Epstein? They received an apology by Mandelson only after sustained pressure. It was not freely given, not offered because it was the right thing to do. And until recently, he still enjoyed the Zone 2 dinner party treatment, with magazine-style PR photos of Mandelson being published only this week. Then, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is the money. At least $75,000 was transferred from Epstein to Mandelson. He says he can't remember the transactions. If £75,000 landed in the bank account of almost anyone else in the country, they definitely would remember. To claim otherwise is contemptuous and goes to the heart of why trust in politics is collapsing. If those in power can't remember vast sums of money flowing into their accounts, then why should the public believe that they are acting in their public interest? Madam Deputy Speaker, this has only come to light because American authorities released the Epstein files. We are told that the UK has no record of Mandelson's emails. If those files hadn't been released, he would have sailed back into public life, shielded by friendly journalists and wealthy backers. That's how broken our political culture has become. And now further emails have emerged, raising serious questions about whether market-sensitive information was leaked while he was at the heart of government. When ordinary people make mistakes, they pay the price. Nurses are disciplined, teachers are suspended, care workers lose their jobs. But if you belong to the Westminster Club, you can be linked to one of the most notorious predators of our time and still reach the top.
Would you give way?
Yes.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I wonder if she agrees with me that potentially every single working person, retired person and child in this country has paid the price for some of these comments. Because if Mandelson did indeed share information relating to the financial crash, it has cost everybody a fortune, and he owes every member of this country an apology.
I absolutely agree. This is a systemic issue, and that's why I support the calls for an independent, judge-led public inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, Peter Mandelson was eventually removed as US Ambassador, but he remained in the House of Lords and as a Labour Party member until 3 days ago. So the Labour Party cannot pretend that this was some distant mistake quietly corrected a long time ago. This was a decision they defended until they were forced to abandon it, and he should never have been appointed in the first place. If this Labour government believes that the appointment was proper, then it should stop stonewalling and prove it. Publish all the documents, the vetting, the advice, the risk assessments, the correspondence, and the contracts, including Palantir. Instead, the Prime Minister tabled an amendment to withhold any papers deemed prejudicial to national security or international relations. We know that when governments fear scrutiny, they wrap themselves up in the flag and hope that the public will look away. If there's nothing to hide, why carve out broad exemptions in advance? And the government's last-minute manuscript amendment is a desperate attempt to control dissent on the Labour backbenches. This is not accountability, it is not transparency, it's delay and it's damage control. They are kicking the can down the road in the hope that the outrage will fade and the questions will go away. Well, they won't. And that's why I'm supporting calls for an independent, judge-led public inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about Peter Mandelson. It is about a system that protects the powerful and disregards the public. The victims deserved better, the British public deserve better. So the government must publish all the documents and the corruption and the cover-up and stop insulting the public with empty words when what we need is transparency. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister said he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson. While the public has no confidence in him, he should do the honourable thing and resign.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is an old proverb, it may indeed be of Russian extraction, which maybe would be fitting enough. And it says this: tell me who your friend is, and I will tell you who you are. And doesn't that sum up Peter Mandelson? The friend of the child abuser, the friend of Jeffrey Epstein. He is the living personification of that proverb. He is a man apparently so corrupted in his own morals that he thinks what he did was okay, and perhaps corrupted financially. And that corruption, of course, is the product of his intoxication as a freeloader on the rich and the powerful. And he has brought us to a very sorry pass indeed. But the abiding two words that will live from today relate to the Prime Minister. And they are, he knew. That is what will long outlive this debate. He knew when he appointed him that he had this ongoing relationship with Epstein. He told us today, but he didn't know the depth of the relationship. Sorry, it's not about depth. It's not a question of scale. It's a question of, was there a relationship? And the very fact there was should have been enough for any Prime Minister. And that calls fundamentally into question the judgment of our Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister, and he is our Prime Minister, is a man who has to, on the world stage, make fine judgments. Day and daily, he has to make judgments that affect us all. And if on a matter so glaring as this, his judgment is patently and fatally flawed, then it does raise fundamental question of how we can trust the Prime Minister's judgment. Even those who knew Peter Mandelson tangentially would have had enough suspicions to question his appointment. We in Northern Ireland know something of him. He was our Secretary of State at the turn of the century for 2 years, until he had to resign over the passport application scandal. I then next encountered him when I was a member of the European Parliament, when he was the United Kingdom's Commissioner in the EU Commission, appointed then as the Trade Commissioner from 2004 to 2008. And that was not uncontroversial. 2006, I well remember in the European Parliament, controversy about the fact that he had been holidaying on a yacht with an Italian tycoon whose business had benefited from his imposition of EU anti-dumping tariffs on Chinese shoes. And the Italian manufacturer of shoes was a beneficiary of those anti-dumping tariffs. There he was, months later, on his yacht.
Wow.
2 years later, he was on another yacht. Must be something about yachts. In Corfu, with a Russian oligarch. Mr. Mandelson, as Trade Commissioner, had just cut the EU import tariffs on aluminium, benefiting the oligarch company, Rusal, who were in the business, in the aluminium business. Yes, I'll do that.
Very grateful to the gentleman for giving way. Would you agree with me that there may be some considerable merit in both the Commission and the Parliament just looking over their paperwork to see precisely where these things link and whether he breached rules when he was serving as a Commissioner?
That's the point I was coming to. Sadly, maybe the European Union being the European Union, there was no great interest in investigating those matters. They were rather swept under the carpet. But I do say this to the government. He was there as the United Kingdom's Commissioner on the Commission. And I think that gives status and opportunity to venture into inquiries about those matters. And then, of course, he came back to be sacked again. Now, all of that is largely in the public domain.
Yeah.
Before we come next or near Epstein.
Yeah.
And yet, equally in the public domain at the point of appointment was the knowledge that he had this ongoing relationship with a man who, upon his release from prison for his child abuse, Mandelson described it as his liberation. And our Prime Minister decided he was a suitable person to be our ambassador in probably the most important capital in the world, in Washington. That was a fatal flaw of judgment by the Prime Minister. And it will, I fear, hallmark much of his premiership. That a man who made a decision such as that, and then came to this House in September, when these things began to leak out, and expressed his confidence in Mandelson. So not just had we the flawed judgment in appointing him, we then had the continuing upholding of him by the expression of confidence, until finally the Prime Minister ran out of road on this issue. But he has left hanging around his neck that fatal flaw and misstep, and it's more than that. In appointing him, it was a fatal mistake, a flaw of judgment, and it does raise a fundamental point as to the ongoing credibility of this Prime Minister. And that is the abiding legacy of this situation.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Beware of Greeks bearing gifts. It's a slightly obscure quote, and it comes from a Trojan priest. And he was the one who spotted the warning, because many of you know the wider story of the Trojan horse. He said, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Because actually, the moral of the story in terms of the Trojan horse was the fact that warnings were there and they were ignored. That's fundamental to what we're seeing here today, because Troy didn't fall because there was no warnings. It was because they were dismissed, sent away, ignored. The advice was ignored, and it led to catastrophe. Now let's apply that to our Prime Minister today. He appointed an ambassador known literally for decades as the Dark Knight for operating behind the scenes. That was his reputation. Not only on that basis, he was sacked not once, but twice from his cabinet roles. So every instinct in me says no other member of parliament, both on this side or the other, would think they are a suitable candidate to be ambassador of this great nation to one of our greatest allies. And we've heard we can't have more information because of national security.
Rubbish.
But this side of the House, we're not asking to see the blueprints of the horse or the set out of the blueprints of the walls of Troy. No. We're simply asking, was he warned before he wheeled through the Trojan horse that is Mandelson into government? Did he receive any information? Did he know anything? And I was thinking about this point this morning until we heard the Prime Minister speak today at Prime Minister's Questions. As has rightly been pointed out only in the speech before me, he did know. This isn't analogue or digital. He knew there were concerns, and yet he went on and made an appointment. So this is not about the intelligence that we're looking at, but actually the judgment to understand whether advice was given and whether it was followed. It's not how that advice was written, it's simply whether or not it was inferred, passed on and ignored. Now, what hasn't been mentioned in this debate is that we've been round this once before. We had a Standing Order 24 debate, for those of you who remember, only just before Christmas. And at that time, I raised the point, why did the Prime Minister not come to the House? He is the one, by his own admission, who makes the decisions. He, therefore, knows all the answers. And when he came into government and he stood at the doors of Number 10, he said he wanted to do things differently. All he has proved is that he doesn't have the leadership to come and answer the very questions that need to be put to him. Yet again, we're spending parliamentary time debating about whether there will be information released, which he knows himself. He could have spent the next 5 hours that we're going to spend debating this, answering the questions and setting this right. But instead, he's not here. Now, you'll often answer, well, convention states that no other prime ministers did it. Well, actually, some of them did. But more importantly, this prime minister said he was going to be different. This prime minister told us he wanted to see change.
On that point,
I will take an interview.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I found today shocking where the Prime Minister has openly admitted that he knew that Mandelson had an ongoing relationship with a convicted paedophile at the time he appointed him. And anything else we discuss today, that goes against any value I stand for in my life, any value my constituents will stand for. Does my honourable friend believe that it's untenable for the Prime Minister to stay in his position?
I think he's absolutely right, because as Troy fell because leaders ignored when the horse was at the gates, the advice given then, Prime Ministers fall for the same reason. And so he is either saying his judgment was so catastrophic that he didn't see what all of us have instinctively, or that he chose to ignore the information. And both of them, either outcome, are the problem facing us today. Now, it's customary in these kind of debates for me to pose questions towards the ministerial team here. But actually, I'm not going to do that. My question is to the people behind them. Because why are we having a humble address? This is the very opportunity, the very literal reason we have humble addresses. They exist in moments like this for when there's stalling in scrutiny, when we can't get the answers that this House demands, when there's obfuscation and no way forward. We are asking today the monarch to compel the government to give that information out. And that's not important just for the party politics, but important for both sides of this House and the wider country. Now, the House
And the motion doesn't ask the other side to condemn. It simply asks to clarify. We need to know who said what, when, why, who knew what, with whom, and what were the discussions. I think that's something that could be supported on all sides of the House.
Yeah.
Clarity is what a humble address strives for. Backbenchers are not being asked to defend or attack the appointment at all. They're simply being asked to step forward and vote for a motion that means all of us here in this House and across the country get to understand why the Prime Minister made his decision. Because if he won't come to the dispatch box and answer the questions to do so, maybe the very documentation that he's seen and signed off will show the answers. So I ask them on the other side of the House, do support this motion, do stand up for that simple transparency, and let's get some clarity on what has happened and what is going to happen going forward.
Sir Christopher Chair.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, who participates a lot more frequently than I do in these opposition day debates, and on the basis of the quality of the debate today I should come along more often. I must say that the background to this, the immediate background to this, is the ghastly behaviour of Epstein and the sexual abuse and the child trafficking and all that goes with it. And I asked the question the other day as to whether that sexual trafficking might involve not just women and girls but also young men. And I think that is unresolved at the moment, but perhaps we'll find out more in due course. But I wish to focus in my remarks on a period going back to 1997, Madam Deputy Speaker, long before you were able to recall much about politics, I know. But that was when Mandelson was first appointed by Tony Blair as the Minister without portfolio in charge of the Millennium Dome. And the reason I recall all this is because there was a time when I was the Shadow Minister for the Millennium Dome, and also, for that matter, the Shadow Minister for the Millennium Bug. I recall well the way in which the Mandelson enjoyed the opportunity to promote a grandiose New Labour scheme of this dome, which was, I think, going to be the fourth largest open enclosed space in the world. It cost in the end, I think, £750 million. The number of visitors who attended the Dome in the year 2000, which was half of what it had been estimated it was going to be. And Mandelson was really proud of this because it had a link with his grandfather, who must be turning in his grave, Herbert Morrison, a really great public servant. And his grandson has betrayed the public service in an enormous way. But Herbert Morrison was involved in the Festival of Britain. And so Mandelson thought that by being responsible for the Millennium Dome and promoting it, he would be able to, in a sense, emulate the great efforts of his grandfather. And so the project proceeded. And it was costing an enormous amount more than had been forecast by the Treasury or had been expected. So what happened was he was in the business of looking for sponsorship for the Dome. And that was when he used agents, and I think particularly Keith Vaz, who used to be a member of this House but left in disgrace. He used Keith Vaz and the Hindujas as a means of being able to get some extra income for his Dome project. And so what happened was that the Hindujas were able to offer £1 million for a faith centre inside the Dome. But of course, this didn't happen just by chance. This was linked with the fact that back in 1990, the Hinduja brothers had applied for British citizenship and had it rejected. And in 1998, with the new Labour government, they saw an opportunity to rectify that and to get their citizenship back.
More sleeves.
So what did they do? They engaged Keith Vaz. Through him, there were relationships with Mandelson, and the £1 million towards the dome was forthcoming. And in return, there was an acceleration of the passport application by Srihat Hinduja. He applied, I think, in the middle of 98, and his application was granted in January of 1999.
Yeah.
And that happened, and his brother's passport arrived not long after that. And there was an enormous amount of suspicion around all this, and I can remember, as the shadow minister for the Dome, trying to get us. I got a good story actually on the front page of the Sunday Times, linking Hinduja with Mandelson and the money for the Dome. And as soon as I got that, and I went off to thinking I'd be able to do the usual rounds, the whole story was closed down by Alistair Campbell,